Right. Hello, everyone. I'm just gonna go grab some coffee. And we'll get going. See you soon. Alright, hello. Jesus Christ, this feels so loud. I was going to wait a second longer, but yeah, this intro music too many times in a row is a bit repetitive. Yeah, morning everyone. Gonna kick it up. Got more stuff to talk about. UI stuff, whatever. Nimbilicious, Rog, Dave of Light, Fraggy Rock, Johnman, Undius. It's good to see you all. David of Life says David of Life says bald and has one of the spud emotes, even though he doesn't have the. He's not actually a sub. How do you do that? How do you do an emote without being a sub? Or are you a sub and it's just not displaying? Do you just get them via Discord, being in the Discord? Because there are. It does separate, doesn't it? It's because you're a hacker. Oh, it's channel points, is it? Oh look, Bonecast has one as well. You can unlock the emotes. Oh, right. Yeah, I was wondering if I should do something with channel points a while ago, and then I just never quite figured out what that should be. So I kind of just forgot about it. Yeah, well, enjoy your... World of Warcraft, and then there's a guy in real life who cosplayed that South Park character. That guy actually died to COVID, by the way. Oh, did my mic cut? It was cutting constantly last night too. Is it not going? I can see it's keying up. Someone's saying rip. If my mic cuts for a split second, it's quiet, is it? It got really low. Well, listen, guys, if it splits or it gets quiet for a split second, and then it's resolved itself, and then it's 20 seconds later, and then you type rip, you're going to make me think that it's still broken. It went very, very quiet for a bit. Yeah, probably because it was as I moved it. Yeah, I can monitor when it's normal. It's just, it's hard to trust it when I see comments of people saying the other thing. Yeah, big freaking gun. It's good to see you, Kitchen Pigeon. Anyway, yeah, so, I messed with the UI a bit. What do you guys think? I'm not settled on it still. This is just preliminary. But I like the idea. For example, I'll shrink them down a bit and move them to the bottom. It'd be nice if you could have a flat bar and then spread the buttons outwards. You just start playing Stormbird in one of the cities as you're excited for Keybinding. Yeah, that's their like East Asian setting, right? So I'm quite interested in what they do there. Yeah, so what you're looking at is this is my out of combat UI. So we have, you know, return, idle cam, class swapping. I don't really get the different. I never really use this teleport button. I feel like I should get rid of it because I never really used that. So, you know, we got these. We got our active quests. We have a mini map for the compass up there. We have our XP progress, which I might get rid of. I don't know whether I like that. We also have a class element just because I can't get rid of it. I technically can using a Dalamud plugin, but I'm not messing with it. Chat box, which often I will have off. In fact, I wanted to set a keybind up for that, so to replicate Guild Wars. So let's see. Ready chat log is enter. Do they have a keybind for hide chat log? Oh, they don't have a keybind for hide it. Well, that's very disappointing. So I always have to hide it via mouse-driven activity, do I? So yeah, and then just a nice little skill bar at the bottom, which shows, you know, general out of combat stuff. So I've got food, I've got an elixir, I've got a phoenix down. I never use phoenix downs in this game. It instantly revives a person. Well, there you go. And my chocobo. So this is like what we'll generally be running around on. The game is that this looks cleaner than we can even make that small, I think, realistically. The game is that this should look smaller. I guess I'll just leave it there. And there are some other things that pop up as I target stuff or whatever. But then, when we get in combat and we unsheath, this becomes our UI, which is also very clean. But this UI now has party on it. It has, you know, enemy targeting, and it has my combat skills, and it has my, you know, my class resources a little bit more prominently shown and stuff. So no matter when you're watching, it looks clean. But the relevant stuff is the relevant stuff. This is what Guild Wars offers a feature for, just straight up. But it, you know, it's much more simple to do in Guild Wars and less customizable in Guild Wars. So in this game, you know, I've gone a little bit further with it. So that's the idea. And throughout the stream, I'll be taking any advice you guys have or thoughts, feelings. Sprint isn't out of combat, is the opposite. Well, I can put it on the combat thing, but generally speaking, I'm using it out of combat right now. So. I fucking hate that lull emote. Honestly, every time someone says something like Saki and then types lull, I get it. It aggravates me so much. It's like such a cunty way of saying something to someone. And I get that that's not really what it is, but it just is so. Can you imagine? Like, I imagine someone doing that in real life. Like, you say something honest and nice, and then they just, like, they sarcastically laugh in your face, like you're a fucking moron. It really, really gets to me. I need to, like, just, I don't know. I think I need exposure therapy. I need a million lulls, so that I just stop looking at it. Stop looking at it that way. You're looking too much into me, right? Yeah, so anyway, this stream is not going to be me leveling my Thaumaturge, but I thought I'd do a little bit of it. So this is more what the combat UI looks like. Fastbar appears here. Enemies are over on the right. So I can see their health, their debuffs. I can see their specific buffs above them. Specific debuffs I applied will actually appear on the enemy list as well, which is quite nice. My health's above my head in green. Oh, why couldn't I cast that? Oh, line of sight, I guess. I thought I was out of MP. I literally can't hit this. Oh, I think I just missed up the target. And then, yeah, party windows on the top left. I'm being told regularly that if I'm a healer, I'll probably want to move that. But since I don't play any healers, I don't need to move it for now, so. Combat sounds a bit loud. Okay, hold on. You just want to see TV space. Yeah, it's really weird to me because I never think of that as TotalBiscuit. I know it is. I know that as a fact it is. And I watched a good deal of his content. In his later years, I didn't watch so much. This is completely by coincidence. Oh, it's because sound effects are... Oh, no. Let's half it again, I guess. This is completely by coincidence, but I stopped watching right before all of the Gamergate. He kicked up about Gamergate. You know, as far as again, I never really watched any of it. As far as I understood, he got onto that discussion platform when it was about ethics in game journalism. Before it became about just sexism, rah. But he sort of made a lot of enemies, and it all got very drama-fueled and stuff around that time. But I'd stopped watching him about that point. And then I kind of binged on some of his content again after he died. But so anyway, I do know the guy's face. That's what I'm trying to say. I do know the guy's face, and I just never see it in that emote. I don't know. I just never see it. A gift from me from Candlekeeper or Sean's Torch, but I never recall meeting anyone. Yeah, I watched his TV, his playthrough of Terraria. He's from an interesting era of YouTubing where, you know, there was not much competition. So if you rose fast and hard enough, you were like a god, you know. And as long as you stayed consistent, no one would dethrone you. And nobody ever really did with him. Just health issues, you know. Nowadays, I think you can't really attain that kind of thing because there's just, you know, the landscape is so wide. While I'm flattered, I'm afraid I cannot return the gesture. As head watch of the Morabay Dry Docks, it is my responsibility that peace is kept until the Victory's christening. I simply haven't had time to pay would-be suitors any mind, no matter how desperate they may be. Though perhaps once the ship is complete, I could consider a climbing in the peninsula, perhaps. So yeah, I've just been doing a couple of my missing side quests. I'll do one more, and then we'll get off of the Thaumaturge. We'll head over to Ishgard, and I think I want to do a bit of main story. I might do a little bit of side questing. But, yeah, whoops. Got a little bit distracted there. Definitely feels like nobody filled the void. Well, I think people did. It's just I suspect a lot of people are like me in that they just haven't really put the energy in to find the replacements. I suspect there are, and often if you like look at his subreddit and stuff, or there's like 2 because he was at war with his own community, and one of them got shut down or something, so he could moderate the other one better. Sorry, I'm reading this 1 second. Okay. So we just gotta find these. This isn't even a combat quest. It looks like. If you look at the subreddits, people do talk about replacements all the time, and they'll throw names up. What really would have been ideal is an endorsement from the man himself as to, okay, I see this guy is doing similar stuff to me. I really admire this guy. I really admire that. These are my recommendations as I sort of closed the book on my career here. But the thing is, he never did close his book. He was, and you know, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. He was desperate to beat, you know, his cancer to the end, and he was desperate to win. And if you ever heard him talking about it, he was always saying, I'm going to beat this. And he was working, you know, with a destroyed throat. You know, his job is to speak, and it destroyed his throat. And he kept working through it, and he, you know, obviously it slowed down massively. But there was never a moment where he was like, okay, this is the last one. He just wouldn't accept it. And I think that's a beautiful thing, really. But it means that I think it sort of happened, and a lot of people just sort of, I don't know. It almost feels disrespectful to flock somewhere else, doesn't it? Without an endorsement from the man himself. Don't tell me you're here to collect my lunch. I see it. I can see it in them accusing eyes of yours. Sure, I knew right well that none of these lunches were meant for me. What if today be my day off and all? But I never thought little Wafufu would miss just one. If I give back the lunch, would you promise you'll not to mention it was me who took it? I don't want the lass to think I was trying to swindle her. Though that's sort of what I was trying to do. But she doesn't have to know that now, does she? Right, carry on then. You thieving bastard. Which add-on was it that added the debuffs next to the enemy list? I can't remember. Just get the 14 launcher, and on the little list of add-ons, I just read the description, and if it sounded fun, I just clicked on it. That was it. It was like a one-click thing that I did maybe 4 days ago. I swear Athburm has shifted several paces closer since you departed. Boiled boar, stewed dodo, steamed cabbage, a slab of stone cheese, and a hunch of day-old bread. Everything the hard-working shipwright needs to maintain his or her vigor. That's interesting. Stone cheese. Sounds like a good lunch to me. 1, 2, 3, 4. You found it with all the missing lunches. Now, perhaps I can rest in peace. Oh, God. He talked about his boss being a cannibal, right? Weren't you mentioned as a part of one of his shout-outs in the podcast? Yeah, it was a really weird thing. That was in the early days where they used to give you medals. Just to give you some perspective here, they used to give you medals on YouTube based on like how successful you were or whatever. They'd show up on your channel page. You'd have a little icon with like a little, you know, shit, what are they called? Like an award ribbon. There's a word for it. And you could mouse over it and it would say it. And back then, I had a medal on my channel saying I was in the top 100 UK-based YouTubers. Which is like mind-blowing that I was ever anywhere near there once upon a time. That's what the Guild Wars 2 hype was. This was right during Guild Wars 2 launch hype. This is the kind of thing that I quit my career over, right? And it was around then, so I guess that put me on the map a little bit. I don't know. But I was also networked with the same network that he was in, and their big podcast was in. And they never spoke to me, ever. Not for a moment. I'd never had any contact. But I guess what they were doing is they had a podcast going out where every episode they'd like highlight someone. And my guess is what happened was enough podcasts went along that they didn't really none of them had any ideas. This is what I guess happened. So they went to the network and they said, fuck, we've got no ideas. Can you just give us a random person who might like a shout out? And I think the network saw my channel was doing well, and said, all right, this guy, just pick a random video of this guy. I don't think any of them had seen my stuff. I don't think they knew anything about me. but they basically got a hold of one of my videos, and they just grabbed literally the most recent video I'd produced, which was kind of, you know, it was a very stream-like series. It was just me and a mate just playing jumping puzzles, and just chatting casually, and it was completely inappropriate for the sort of faster, snappier, more edited stuff that they usually put on. So it was just awkward. It was just a podcast bit where they threw up this video, and we were just chatting really low energy. And they all looked bored by the video. And then after the video played, they said, oh, maybe these guys should get to the point a bit quicker. And then that was it. It was over. And I was sitting there vaguely cringing. And Mike was sitting there vaguely cringing about it. And that was it. I do know several years later, though, that TB did know about me to some degree. Because Matt, who I at that point was collaborating a lot with, Matt met TB. And Matt asked TB about me. And apparently TB had like a, oh yeah, I sort of know that guy, kind of negative-ish reaction, which wouldn't surprise me. Because, you know, I think if he'd ever seen my content, he would have rated it as low bar. Which, to many respects, I rate my own stuff as low bar, so. That's all I know, though. I don't know whether, maybe he did, maybe there was something deeper going on. But it was TB's recommendation, so to speak, air quotes, on the podcast. I was the recommendation, so to speak. But, again, I think they just grabbed it. I think none of them had a real recommendation, and they just grabbed it out of there. What happened to Matt? Matt realised a lot earlier than I did that it's good to go for a real life. And he went and got a real life. Fraud, this is all a big misunderstanding. He still does a podcast, I think. I don't listen to it. I don't know anything about it. I haven't spoken to him for a long time. I think it's called Dad and Sons. If you Google that, you might see what he's up to. I still have him on Steam. He still plays games. I still see what games he's playing when I see his account on Steam. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. Game's up, and same goes for you two. I knew you were in cahoots from the very beginning. As for those crystals, I'm about as convinced by them as I was by your acting. Say what you will about our sales technique, but there's nothing dodgy with the merchandise. I'll have you know I poured my heart and soul into those crystals and the spell books to explain the magic. If it ain't my fault, the buyers can't be asked to read them. And if you're thinking about clapping me in irons and the outfit's not providing enough protection, I can assure you they were tailored especially with the needs of a blue mage in mind. I admit I had to cut a few corners to keep the cost down, but still. It all boils down to whether the soul crystals are genuine or not. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you try this blue magic of his? Oh, we're doing the blue magic quest, but this is a level 50 thing. Come on, mate, don't be shy, but once you've learned your first spell, you'll know I ain't pulling your leg. I'll even borrow one of the outfits. Yeah, that blue mage is like, this is a crystal, but we're like the first one to do it or something? Oh yes, very fetching. While you've been getting changed, Latulja and Gahilja have been luring over a nice cooperative baby kraken to teach you water cannon. The bait's been laid, so one should turn up any moment now. Well, this is a level 50 quest. My thaumaturge is not going to be able to do this. These freaking things are always just running away in cutscenes. That's a bit on the big side, lads. Not to worry, all you have to do is give a few licks with a patented blue magic focus, or stick if you prefer, and our tentacled friend will return the favour by firing quite possibly painful jets of water at you. Oh, and try not to die. Oh my god, I'm in the outfit. Well, I'm screwed, aren't I? Oh my god, it's like actual Final Fantasy 1 music. Oh no, it's not. But that noise at the start sounded a bit like it. I was suddenly concerned I was in a quick time event. It's FF2? It sounds too orchestral to be FF2. It's way too... Don't forget, it would have been like... What's the phrase? Not polyphonic, not chiptune. It would have been like 8-bit music though. It wouldn't have sounded as good. Same with Machinist, it's so new the crystal's blank. Quick time events are always preempted by the word active time maneuver. Okay. Yeah, I know that Blue Mage is very special. It's a limited job. Impressive after that little escapade. You should be able to fire your very own water cannon. By the by, you don't, strictly speaking, need to be stuck by the magic you're trying to learn. But that'll probably happen when you want it or not. In some cases, repeatedly. As long as you're the one that beats one of the beasts after, its power should be yours, assuming you can interfere. As a bit of a collector... Well, hold on. Let's finish the cutscene. There's like 5 things I want to say, but the cutscene just keeps going. You see, this is what most people don't realise about becoming a blue mage. When you start out, you're like a blank slate. It takes a fair amount of bravery, to stare these creatures down and look into their souls. It's a shame that not all of my customers have your determination, but that's hardly grounds for calling me a fraud. You don't think he's telling the truth, do you? Now that's settled. I'll be having my wares back if you don't mind. Right, yeah. So as a bit of a collector, I quite like the idea of getting all the blue mage stuff. And that's something I like to do in other Final Fantasies, you know, get all the Lancer overdrives or whatever when it is just straight up blue magic. So I like the idea of doing this. But even better, a friend of mine showed me the Final Fantasy equivalent of Guild Wars 2 efficiency, which isn't very good as far as I can see, but it gives all different stats about the game, and it's the whole game. It's not just people who opted in, it's the whole game. And they had a thing that showed number of classes people have at max. So it's like most people only have 1 class at level 80, and then a good chunk have 2, and then way less have 3, and then way less have 4, and then almost no one. But then it spikes back up at like 16 or something, the full class number. It spikes way back up. So there's a lot of people who've got them all. And then... And that's pretty obvious as well. And then finally, there's one final bar after the huge spike up where it goes back down to, like, essentially nothing. And that one final bar is because of Blue Mage. It's like tons of people have them all, but they just don't bother with Blue Mage. So I want to be in that final bar. I want to have them all and Blue Mage eventually one day. So I kind of like that idea. That's just a little fantasy. It's obviously... So look, they won't let me accept it because I've got to be level 50. Damn it. Well, we'll do it later. We'll do it later. So yeah, let's go. Maybe just wander somewhere so I can tell another little story. So yeah, someone in chat there says, "Man, I used to listen to visualwood all the time." Yeah, it's funny. It's just kind of a thing of timing, I think, because when visualwood was going on, you know, Matt was very much tuning out of Guild Wars and very much into broader gaming and playing those other games. And I just couldn't get the passion for it. It was more that I couldn't get the passion for all that other stuff. So then we did what we could do, and then eventually we kind of did a Let's Play channel, and that was kind of a way to sort of become enthusiastic about this stuff. But I was just still so Guild Wars, and it's hard to like collaborate in that environment, you know. And then you know, we ended up picking a bit of a dud game maybe with Setsuna or something, and then we just kind of just sort of didn't work anymore. When we put it on its own channel as well, because visualwood used to be on Matt's channel as like a main thing on his channel, but then when it became just sort of a Guild Wars thing and the main thing, it was drowning out his other stuff and it didn't look good. So we thought, well, we should make it its own thing, put it in its own place, which makes sense. But then I think a lot of people lost sight of it. So, but really, it was just a timing thing. I think if we were still if by some miracle, 4 years later, we were still going with it today. Is it 4 years? It might even be 5 years. No, I think it's 4 years. You know, you might have found that podcast would be really entertaining right now because I'm sort of opening the door to other stuff now. I think I might finally be getting to that place he beat me to, you know, half a decade earlier. I'm looking for a strappy young adventurer good with his numbers to help tally our remaining supply of planks and logs, but I suppose you'll have to do. Now that work on the victory is nearing completion, I need one final count on the lumber we have so I can determine if we'll need more. I already have Razin Mislin and Rumio Falamo started on the tally, so to speak, with them. And see what they found. Then bring me back the exact number of quarterdeck logs and forecastle planks remaining on site. Understood. What is the victory? Has that been in the story? Was that a part of the Realm Reborn story? Is this like a jumping puzzle? Oh, very, very loosely. Dungeons are slower than just killing open world mobs, really? I found dungeons to be really fast ways of leveling. If I actually wanted to level efficiently, I'd do dungeons. But that's not the truth. I want to level, and I want to have all the content done. So, I'll double these up. I won't do this on a level 60 Dark Knight, but I'll do it on a low level person. Don't misinterpret. See, a Final Fantasy player might raise their eyebrows at my actions here because they're like, it's not fast, but that's not my priority. Just finished counting the Cedar Masts, and the Yardmaster ain't gonna like what I have to tell him. What? You'll tell him for me? Then be my guest, lad. The Victory, being as big as she is, will be outfitted with 3 full-size masts and 2 smaller masts. Each mast will have its own set of 4 to 5 spars, or cross masts, from which the sails hang. One need not be a scholarly from Melvan's Gate to know that's a whole lot hell's worth of lumber. First of all, is that a typo? Second of all, well, chat, does anyone know what's Melvan's Gate? And so, just how many mast-worthy logs did I count here? 4. Not 400, not 4 score, not even 14. 2, 3, 4. And now you can take that to the Yardmaster. But don't say I didn't warn you. Alright. It definitely looks like a typo. It does look like a typo, right? But I've had a lot of moments where I've thought it's a typo and it turns out it's sort of the antiquated form of Old English that's actually hitting me. 200 oak berthing planks. Not one more, not one less. I counted them twice and then I counted them thrice more, just for good measure. We may be in trouble, though, if them shipwrights need any more than you see before you. The fires of the Calamity claim most of the trees in Old Oakwood. And what are those that remained, you ask? Why? We chopped them down to help build the Victory. Damn. So there's a place called the Oakwood here, and it's just gone now, is it? Because they've lumbered the whole thing. The real reason for blue is to get self-destruction in seas. Well, when I first started playing this game, I had a friend who did dungeons with us on Blue Mage. And he would, like, deep freeze everyone or something. There's, like, a spell like Holy, right? It stuns in an AoE, but for, like, ever. And it just completely broke the dungeons. I trust you had enough fingers to help you through the tally. So tell me now, what did you find? Those are big grim numbers indeed. The calamity may just be fading memory, but it seems we're still far from truly healing. As a salt-blooded Laminson, it pains me to say it, but we may have to turn to them tree folk in Gridania if we don't finish the Victory on time. In order to finish the Victory on time. Is it sleep? I don't think it was sleep, because you could attack. I think it was stun, not sleep. Right, there you go. There's one more quest. I'm going to do this last quest, because then it's like the whole area is done. And it's vaguely level appropriate. I'm actually level 24 now on my Thaumaturge. Oh, you can see it on the bottom right. It's called Ram Vibration Combo. I don't know what that means. Now, Dick and Vimil's shipwright, Hezkel, needs heating in his rivets. I don't understand why DPS queue is so hard. Everybody wants to play DPS, and I saw the class proportions. I don't know why you guys find DPS so fun. I just don't get it. I think tank's a million times more fun. When it comes to riveting, you could search the realm over, but you won't find none better than Hezkel. 10 score rivets bell I drive. Twice that if I'm not in the cups. The key to driving rivets proper like is how hot you can get the buggers. The hotter the rivet, the stronger the bond she'll make with a steel plate. Problem being, was I to heat my rivets in the forge, they'd be cold as dead. Let's read that again. Problem being, was I to heat my rivets in the forge, they'd be as cold as a dead whore's crotch. Crotch. I read it wrong anyway. Anyway, by the time I hauled him back to the Victory. 'Tis why I use the white hot cores of lightning sprites. But as you can see, me supply's running a tad low. If it ain't too much trouble, would you be so kind as to fetch me some? You look like you could take on a whole pack of sprites with one hand tied behind your ass. Yeah, that's right. This game just talked to me about a dead whore's crotch. Some lovely imagery for you all. DPS has the least commitment. People are scared of having responsibilities. Well, see, to me, DPS is too much focus on the micro of executing your skill bar, which essentially isn't dynamic in any way. It's just memorization and rhythm, which to me is quite boring. And because there's an overemphasis on focusing on that, you kind of lose the spirit and the emphasis on the different mechanics and stuff, which I think is sort of the more fun bit. That's the more divergent bit. Also, DPS has like stress, you know. You're actually kind of in a competition with all the other DPS as you look at each other's logs and shit, and you look at like the DPS meters and stuff. And that's just like stress I'm just not interested in. I'm not saying I hate DPS and I'd never play DPS, but I think the tank, you know, movement's a bit more fun. You think about other stuff. There's not an overemphasis on micro skill execution. I quite like that, you know. I think that's all. They're all assets to me. I think it's because I'm just at a place in my life where the idea of being proud of my DPS or being proud of doing well in a game is just not a motivator to me. I just don't care. Do you know what I mean? But I think if you're a bit younger and you're like driven by like, oh, I want to be the best DPS, like I think you could maybe be excited by like looking good or whatever. But I really don't care about that. It's just like an artificial like nuisance to me. The only thing that does affect me emotionally is the opposite way of looking bad. I don't want to look bad, but I don't care about looking good. So in that space, in that mental space, it's just like a negative thing, really. You're just fighting anxiety rather than trying to win pride, because I feel no pride. It's a video game. Get over it. Do you know what I mean? Maybe back when I was 14, 15, 16, 17, I really cared about that, you know. Oh, I'm really proud of my ranking in Halo and shit, but at this point, I just, you know. So, within that mind space, I think tank just is a lot more fun to me. And obviously, I want to do well, and I want to, like, you know, I do feel that desire to play efficiently. I do feel that desire to, you know, not fuck up, but it's not so stressful in tank, because it's not, like, direct competition. I like the idea of optimizing the minutiae. You know, like we were talking about, don't lunge in at the start. It's more efficient to, like, use a ranged pull so the boss starts immediate movement. I like stuff like that, and I like the idea of executing it well. But that's like a fun motivation to me, not a, oh, I'll look bad if I don't cue my buttons in the right speed or order. Like, that's just stuff. The 3 cores, and I've been done with Wade's work and back to the alehouse where I belong. So these white hot cores are sometimes used by blacksmiths and armorers as a source of heat when driving rivets into metal plates. Gunbreaker, why pick one when you can be both? Yeah, I hear that Gunbreaker is really involved. Leviathan's Eye, you really gone and fetch me the blinking cores. How would we say that name? Athberm will be right. Freeze when he sees that. 'Twas the foreman what came up with the idea to use the cores as to heat the rivets. A clever one, that man. Sharpened the fang in a flashback speak. Probably is why he made Chief so quick like. Alright. White Mage is the best DPS job. Yeah, White Mage is such a DPS heavy support. It's kind of the middle, right? But I saw in the stats everyone plays White Mage. White Mage is everywhere. So now, should I unlock the leaves of Morobi, or should we go to Ishgard? You gave up trying to say the Seawolf row names long ago. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. Let's go to Ishgard. Dark Knight up, baby. Now, I could fumble around trying to relearn Monk, but this UI macro thing works a bit awkwardly when it comes to class swapping. So, because I didn't set it up quite right. So, I'll play Dark Knight for 3.1 at the very least. Now, yesterday we got through multiple patches worth of story, but it was only the raid story, and my impression is... Well, do we want to cash in out of the blue? No, I don't want to cash in out of the blue. My impression is that... Oh, do you know what I really want to do? Give me a second here. I want to get just a couple of Aether Currents. Let's get some Aether Currents in the Churning Mists. Oh, but then we might just be forced to do this in a minute anyway. In which case, we're going to do it all in a minute. No, let's go do the main quest. We're going to go do the main quest. Right here, right now. Let's do it. I've completely taught myself. What was the topic I was talking about a second ago? Is WP still on free trial? Yes, I am. This will still be free content. Do you guys want to hear my Steam numbers? Let's have a look. What have I got playtime on Steam? Steam might not be counting my playtime anymore, actually, since I'm not logged in often. I think Steam stopped counting my playtime. It's still only at 160 hours, which I don't think can be right. Because I'm not technically launching through Steam anymore. Why is /playtime not coming up? Oh, I must have fucked with it in some way. Oh, I think it's broken, actually. We'll see later. We'll see later. Yeah, if you guys read my chat, you might notice it's a little bit different down there. But yeah, anyway. I want Steam to keep counting. Am I not getting my Steam achievements? Oh, if I'm missing out on Steam achievements, I'm going to be really sad. Wait, does the free trial have Steam achievements? You guys can't see, but I'm in my Steam URL. No, free trial doesn't. Does the full game have some? Oh, is the stream dying? Oh, hold on. Oh my god. Okay. We should be alright. Okay, it's all good, yeah, guys? Sorry, the stream was dying. The stream was dying, and it's my fault. When I turned Steam on, I haven't turned on Steam for several days, because all I've been doing is playing Final Fantasy. So it started queuing a ton of updates, and the way my Steam works is... it is the biggest network hog you can imagine. It's a ludicrous network hog. So, Don't Starve was trying to update. Sea of Thieves was trying to update. Stellaris was trying to update. No Man's Sky was trying to update. Phasmophobia was trying to update. Don't Starve Together was trying to update. Oh, I already said Don't Starve, so that's all of them. But yeah, that's a lot of games that I currently have installed, and all of them have updates. Which is crazy. I mean, we're in the golden age of gaming, guys. There's no Steam achievements for 14? That's a shame. That's odd there's no achievements because they are on PlayStation. This is what ArenaNet needs to do. This is what Guild Wars. When you go to Steam, use every Steam feature. Use the Steam trading cards. Use the Steam achievements. Use the community sections of Steam. Obviously, you're not going to use the workshop. Actually, fuck it. Use the workshop. Shame you're an NA. I'd make min-I level groups for your duties if you're an EU. I know. I really want to do them. Lord Commander's within. Pray proceed. Okay, hold on. Real quick. Here's the start of the story. We did the Alexander raid yesterday. So let's just recap, shall we? Several of our friends went missing before the expansion story. We have reunited with one of them. One. So many of them are still missing. Although there has been progress in the search for Flaminin, Ida, and Papalimo, the hunt for Minfilia and Thancred remains at a complete standstill. Fortunately, it would seem that one of the surviving students of Baldision is coming to aid you in your efforts. Okay, what was Baldision again? You guys told me this already, I know, but it's gone out of my head. So, what's Baldision? As much as he would like to stay and greet the Sharlayan scholar, Alphino and you have been summoned for a private audience with Sir Amaric to discuss an undisclosed matter. Attend the Lord Commander at the congregation of our knights most heavenly forthwith. You started a subject on yesterday's playthrough a few minutes ago, and then you forgot about it and asked what you were talking about. I don't know. There's still not enough to remind me of what it was. Baldision was an island that got nuked. Okay, was it an island near Sharlayan? Okay, so we're going to speak to Emmerich. Emmerich, as far as I can tell, is one of the biggest wigs in Ishgard now. And he's got a problem that there's a dragon, a Nidhogg, attacking him.
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
Okay, Baldision is a group of Sharlayan scholars who were on the Isle of Vol until it got nuked into oblivion. Okay. I'm guessing that's what you can see on the world map. Now, was the Isle of Vol's disappearance a 1.0 story? A pre-1.0 story? Or a Realm Reborn story that I forgot about? Which one is it? How did I like Alexander so far? It was a very long... The story... The quests were too long. And voice acting those fucking goblins was brutal. But it was a really trippy story. And I never really got to enjoy the gameplay because it was desynced the whole time. Oh, it wasn't min-eye level, so... It was a post-ARR story. It was mentioned in passing. Oh, it's like a Living Worlds story. Man, I'm so excited to get... Someone just said Oblivion, Monk S. I'm really excited to get to Anima. Whatever Anima's in their next X-Pack, I just... Every time I think of that, I'm like, yeah, keep going. Minfilia got a link pearl call from Krill about it. I can't remember who Krill is, but okay, so it happened quite recently, and therefore I guess the circumstance of the whole thing is mysterious to me. You highly recommend the Warring Triad side quest line. It's the trial series of Heavensward. And the story is relevant for the bigger picture of FF14. So, yeah, I will... oh, it's the equivalent of Ifrit, Titan, Karuda. Okay, well, I will do that, but we'll go through main story today, and then we'll swap back to that. As far as I can see, there's 3 big side stories I need to do. There's the Warring Triad, which is a bunch of bosses. I've done the raid 1. Hooray. I've got Wondrous Tales to unlock. And then I have, there's one more. The Alliance raid thing, whatever that is. Gobby tongue flaps break my brain case? Yeah, they definitely did. Okay, so Amaric, what's up, bro? Let's do some main story here.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely.
He said, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. You can read it on the bottom left.
Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop. But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited.
Fair.
Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence?
Just for context, by the way, guys, people had to wait 3 months for this story to be added, okay? Meanwhile, with Heart of Thorns, people had to wait like 9 months for Bloodstone Fen. This is kind of Bloodstone Fen we're doing right now.
After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed.
Oh no, it did it again!
I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
The students of Basildon. Yeah. I was tempted to say Basildon when I first read it. Sorry, I never sunk in what Amaric said here. I wish people would agree that some would deny the truth I'd anticipated, but not this many. Oh, this was written before COVID denial, man. I mean, Amaric, I could teach you a thing or two about the stupidity of the masses.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the broom.
Can I just get on the topic of COVID denial? Have you guys noticed how since COVID and COVID denial, that is the anti-intellectual thing of Vogue to talk about, and it's pushed out the previous anti-intellectual phase that people used to talk about. Does anyone know what the previous one was that no one talks about anymore? No one laughs at the other dumb group anymore because a new one's come in. And my theory is that from now on, this is how it will work. It's going to be some things in vogue. And I say in vogue, it's a very good reason why people are mad at COVID deniers. A very, very good reason. Believe me, I'm aware. But flat earthers, yeah, nobody talks about flat earthers anymore. That one was at least a little bit more harmless. But like, you see, it really has just shunted one for the other. And I think the zeitgeist only has the capacity to really think about one group of idiots at a time. And so what I'm very curious about at the moment is what flat earthers are currently doing. If they're sort of thinking, oh, maybe I was wrong. Now that the heat's not on them, they're actually chilling out about it. And they might have flocked to some other dumb thing. Climate change is more of a corporate interest thing, which has been persistent my entire life. So I don't know whether that's quite the same. Anyway. Yeah, I had that observation the other day. It's already begun, and on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the broom.
Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Makes sense. And, what's his name? Vidofner should be fine, right?
Annex Trine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
Well done, Alphino.
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor?
Rip yourself. I really regret that on the previous stream I didn't get more invested in her death. It was a cool cutscene though. You shouldn't laugh about people dying no matter how they die.
Thank you, my friends.
Well, there's a whole subreddit that just got shut down. You know, I'm finding the past 5 years the internet has really started to like police things a lot closer. There was a subreddit that got shut down called the Herman Cain Award. And the subreddit was purely there. Wait, no, it didn't get shut down. It was forced new administration. It's called the Herman Cain Award. It's about people who like have all this evidence, digital evidence, like tweets, Facebook posts, blah blah blah, about how COVID's not real, about how they don't care, they're not going to get the vaccine, blah 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 blah, and then some kind of post like an obituary or something. And there was a whole subreddit about it, and there were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people on that subreddit all the time. And anyway, it just had some forced moderation. There was some huge drama exploding about it.
Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
So, you know, someone in my chat here says to someone else in my chat, oh, don't laugh at people dying. And I think you're right, but you should also understand that if people feel intellectually superior, and perhaps they are,
in the wake
on
of
the
the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core.
Sorry, I'm ruining this story by talking about real-world BS that no one really cares about.
For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens. Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength.
Oh shit, he's Kraukatoric, I didn't realise.
Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph.
Oh, is he red-tinted now?
As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
What have you done to your chat log? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, I've got all this UI on the bottom right now as well, so you guys can see a little bit more. I didn't have that before because it was clutter, but now it's it's fine, I think. The journey at least should pose little difficulty this time. Yeah, I agree. You coming, Lucia? I know little of the lands these dragons call home, this annexed shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem far more daunting a prospect. I confess, I should try and give Alphina a more distinguished voice, because he is constantly in the story. I myself once shuddered at the thought of it, yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? Ah, but here we set forth, Macon and I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let's go and bid farewell to Taru, Macon. I love these guys, man. These guys look so cool. I'm really looking forward to becoming Kamari. Well, I'm not going to become Kamari exactly. This is fantastic, though, isn't it? Don't you guys think? So good. Oh, I can't see his player name. Oh, he's literally called Kamari Ronso. Ha! No way. He's a lot bulkier than Kamari. I need to put those back on. Well, on mouse over, when I'm targeting, I want to put it back on. I don't know, we'll figure that out later. So Tataru's in the pub, right? So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. Yeah, just say it in earshot of everyone down here. Okay, WP, to unlock the War in Triad, you've got to complete 3.1, get the achievement, so it goes, and then you can get the starting quest. Okay, cool, so it's good that we're doing the main story, because we have to. A diplomatic mission to annex Shrine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Adolfina happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Stola in Idyllshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this scholar just happens to be time permitting, as I said. We shall endeavour to join Ishtola, but if we cannot, pray pass to our regards. Let's be off, Macon. We have to keep the first commander waiting long enough. It is interesting to me that we're prioritising Ishgard over the Scions right now. It doesn't feel quite right, really. When a mage joins the Empire, does he lose his ability to use magic? That's a good question. No, someone says? It's like a genetic issue. Hold on then. Maybe that's a good reason why the Empire likes to annex people. Because it extends its sphere, you know? It's like in Stellaris when I abduct or treat with aliens. It's so that it's because they can survive on planets I can't. So my Empire's overall influence extends as I become more cosmopolitan. Maybe I subjugate them and make them slaves, or maybe I make them full citizens, but the end result's the same. I get to do more. You ready then? Good, so am I. What do we want? Hot chocolate. A sweet beverage commonly drunk in the Holy See, but rarely seen in Foundation due to the inability of most of Ishgard's poorer residents to procure the relatively rare and expensive ingredients. Or a creme brulee, a vanilla-flavoured egg custard drenched in a sweet syrup that's then heated with a fire crystal until a crisp brown shell is created. An almond cream croissant, A flaky crescent-shaped pastry sliced in two and buttered with sweet creamy paste made from almonds. Or an urchin loaf. Sea urchin corals mixed with mushrooms and herbs into a paste that is then mixed back into the urchin shell and baked until hard. Okay, so I've had all three of these before. I've never had an urchin loaf. The croissant's nice, but like they're not very filling. I always feel dissatisfied by a croissant. I like them, but I always feel dissatisfied. What would I like right now? If this was me, real life, I think I'd pick the croissant. Because the others are just too liquidy. And I don't want a creme brulee. Alphino, I like them, but I'm just not in the mood. Alphino is ready to escort. The path is long and but known to us. From Falcon's Nest, we shall cross the Western Highlands and make for Tailfeather in the Dravanian Forelands. There we can stop and rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? If not, then the stables away. You like ham and cheese ones to make it a bit more substantial feel. I don't know, man. That's to me like you may as well just have a ham and cheese sandwich at that point. You know, go have a savoury dish. I do like a buttered croissant with like a little bit of, you know, sugar on the top or something. I usually like heat them in the microwave and then they're way too soggy, you know. It's hard to do one, or if you heat it in the oven it gets too crispy. They're really delicate. What you got to do is buy one from a supermarket right after they've baked it. Yeah, and you've got to eat several. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a fat bastard when it comes to croissants. I'll have like 2 or even 3. I'm not gonna just have one. There's no way I'd have just one. It's just they're so full of air, you know. Just not a good food. That's why as an adult I don't buy them. Lucia. I'd always imagined the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army, and here I am, ready to treat with my brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past. Though it was I who first proposed recruiting Isael to our cause, I questioned the wisdom of my words as soon as I had uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands, men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side, she fought in service to that greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphino, yet who can say what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course, we must press on to Annex Shrine, if you will follow me. Croissants are great, but they're pure fat. You enjoy the ones where you bake them yourself. Oh, by the way, who was that earlier who said, I've realised WP isn't always angry, he's just a Brit? Do I give that impression? I'm always angry? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised if I do. Now, what I'm going to do is collect these little quests as we're going along. You see. Well, paint me yellow and call me a chocobo. That's Millet's sightseeing log you've got there. Oh, this is not an Aether Current thing. Forgive me, I get carried away for a moment. I'm Kester Ironheart, cousin to Millith and an explorer of sorts, like most of my extended family. When I last spoke with Millith, she told me of an adventurer keen with a keen case of wanderlust, an adventurer that I now know to be you. What say you lend me your log for a moment? Don't worry, I won't eat it for nothing. There, and yes, there. That should do, I reckon. No, sometimes I sound more grumpy than normal. I will say I very rarely feel truly grumpy or angry. Yeah, if I'm feeling truly grumpy or angry, I wouldn't be streaming, I think. I'd turn the stream off. It's no secret that Ishgard is home to some of the most remarkable sights in our realm. Mind you, I've not seen them all for myself, but I certainly know where they can be found. And now, so do you, thanks to the notes and rumours I've seen fit to jot down in your sightseeing log. Yes, scores of stunning vistas are waiting to be discovered. Your legs will not carry you to all of them, though. Should you find a particular spot out of reach, you might consider taking to the skies at the top and on a black feathered bird. Oh, but if I were to say more, I'd be robbing you of the joy of discovering these spectacular views for yourself. Right, I've never played with that feature at all. So, cool, but I don't really know what that is. We'll look at that later. That's not the topic of today's stream. What about you? Oh my god. That's an Aether Crystal. And so is that. One of my men was attacked by a chocobo. This one was unnaturally big. I need your help to track it down. Come and find me. Share with me your findings. How'd you like it to help a real hunter? It's a simple job. Go talk to the leaders of each of the camp. Okay. So we're going to go scout out the hunters, and we're also going to go hunt this thing. Now, I'm still only on the mana cutter here, which I can't fly on yet, obviously. That's what we're making progress to. So let's bring our black chocobo back. I like the black chocobo. I really want to customize my regular chocobo. I saw a guy off stream the other day with a really cool barding. He'd made his chocobo look awesome. You can also unlock the beast tribes. They're time gated, so the earlier you start doing them, the better. Yeah, but even the Realm Reborn ones, I was doing a little bit of them, but then got really bored and didn't do much more. So, you know, I'm not in a rush to do the Heavensward beast tribes when the core game ones I didn't do much of. The hunter becomes the queen. From the way I heard it, one of the hunters was attacked unprovoked and got knocked unconscious by a single kick. Ain't never heard of a chocobo doing that. Okay. And things have been going well, so good stuff. That's one camp done. Let's go to this camp now. It's a shame it's nighttime. I quite like the chocobo forest during the day. Heavensward beast tribes are better. I mean, I liked them. It's just there's so much to do in this game. It's kind of hard to prioritize, you know. You know, a part of me really likes the idea of doing everything before I buy it. That's not me being cheap. That's me trying to, like, compartmentalize in my head and truly understand the free trial. Does that make sense? A part of me wants to do that. I want to, like, max out the rank on all the beast tribes. See everything as minimum eye level, you know, in terms of, like, the story content and whatever. I really like all of that idea, but it is a lot of time to do all of that. And I don't know whether the streams would end up becoming boring to you guys. See that cage there? Blasted chocobo pulled the door right off its hinges, most like it was trying to rescue the bird inside. Nothing's out of the ordinary here. There's just the one bird that won't shut up. Haven't been able to catch a wink for all its bloody screeching. Oh, by the way, there's a current here. I don't know if I ever came to this little current. This, again, feels like pre-searing questing right now. I quite enjoy it. It's definitely a do-what-you-want-to-do type of game. I mean, it's a good thing that there's loads of content, and it's obvious what content I might like to go and play. I mean, it feels really good. It feels a lot better than Guild Wars, I have to say. This is coming from someone who did Guild Wars Master, and even before Guild Wars Master, always went out of his way to become invested in the collections, and went out of his way to become invested in every feature that the devs put in as they put them in. Even World vs. World, which comparative to all the other stuff you would say I didn't put as much effort into, in the grand scheme of things compared to your average Guild Wars player, I invested a fuck ton into, right? I really, really went for it. And this game, it just clicks so much better. Level a new class, level a gathering class, level a crafting class, do some beast tribe stuff, do some roulettes, do dungeons, do trials, continue with the main story, unlock, you know, there's just so much going on. Do this Vista thing that I've just remembered exists. Level my chocobo at a stable. And, you know, that's all real content. It's not like I'm leaning on RP and shit and, oh, I'm going to socialize in Ul'dah and kill that content. It's, you know, it's real. That bird ain't scared of us hunters, I can tell you that much. It's rare one of us comes away from an encounter with it unscathed. Well, we had ourselves a bit of an incident the other day. Some fiend came stomping out the tree line and gobbled up one of our fresh-caught birds. Wasn't a damn thing we could do about it. If we keep going on in this area, we'll need some extra hands. You can tell the chief that. Alright, so they actually have something that needs to happen. Oh yeah, it's Triple Triad actually in this game. What's Guild Wars Master? It was a stream project I was doing where the goal was to get and do everything possible. Some stuff I just couldn't ever do, but it was a very, very small amount. It was like, get everything. Do everything. You know, unlock every skin. Complete every achievement. Get every title. And it made for good stream content because it meant I always had motivation to do things. So what I'm saying is, you know, I understand what there is to do in Guild Wars. I do get what there is to do in Guild Wars. And you kind of have to go out of your way to understand it. In this game, it's very, very obvious. Oh, I could log in and do this. I could log in and do this. And it's a consequence of this game having progression and the other game not, you know. Could it also just be the honeymoon phase? I think it might be for me. I'm coming into Guild Wars 2 as an old-time FF, and I feel the same way about it. And all the cool random things to do in Guild Wars 2, as you describe in FF now. Maybe, yeah, I mean, that's good. I'm glad to hear, I'm really glad to hear that perspective. I'm fascinated to hear that perspective. That makes me very happy. Wait, is this the main story? Yeah, it is. These guys have got some Aether Current quests for us as well, I guess. Well, maybe, or speaking of the Beast Tribes. Our weapon stops are wanting. Go and get them from the NAF nearby. That looks like full-on Beast Tribe thingy. You might be right. My perspective on Guild Wars is probably off. As someone who like played it relentlessly, patch to patch to patch, and every patch ran out of things to do. You know, where's this quest? Oh, it wants me down there. I see. It's very easy to end up with the perspective there's not enough to do in the game, but maybe I'm wrong. The one thing Guild Wars definitely has going for it is map comp. Actually, to tell you the truth, if I was a totally new player to Guild Wars, you do have a heap to do. I mean, and it is pretty obviously laid out. As bad as the mastery points are and as bad as all of that stuff is, for a totally new player that's just been bombed with Season 3, Season 4, Icebreed Saga, Heart of Thorns, and POF Mastery progression. I mean, it's all going to feel a bit empty and limp, but it is a lot to go through, so. It's just, I don't know whether you can really call a Mastery line equivalent to, like the kind of features that this game puts in. I don't know whether it really is equivalent. I think map comp is equivalent to this Aether Crystal thing, this Aether Current thing. I think that's a very fair comparison. Don't you guys think that's a fair comparison? Oh shit, I'm not playing. I thought I was Thaumaturge for a second there. Oh, he's dead already. Wow. Oh yeah, so another thing I'm doing at the moment. Is the quest already done? Okay, so I've changed my keybinds a bit. So this is my top line, QERT, very easy, right? It's just the top row on the keyboard. Down here, I'm kind of going for like the bottom row of the keyboard, but I use C and I use X. Do you know what I should do? I know what I should do. Well, I don't know. See, I kind of want to put C down here, but I use C for closest target. And I use Tab for auto run. I could put auto run on the right. Lean right. And I could put C back there. And target on Tab. Should I do that? That would give me C on the skill. Okay, I think that might be best. Okay, so movement. Auto run is click right now. Targeting. That is going to Tab. Hotbar. The one I have on Z. I just suck at pressing Z is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. I really suck at it, and I keep misclicking it. And I just can't get the muscle memory. I don't know why. That now goes to C. Oh, wait. No. That stays as X. So the one I have as Z goes to C. And F's on that middle row. Yeah, okay. Okay, and I just need to get used to... this is going to be a bit fiddly for me, so bear with me. The gameplay's going to look a bit bad, because I gotta reconfigure my brain now. I gotta get used to tab targeting instead of C targeting. It's gonna sound weird to all of you guys because you know that this is the default bind I've gone back to. But I've got to think about, because I'm playing both Guild Wars and this game at once, and I'm trying to make sure that my binds in both games feel familiar in both games. So the reason I had tab on auto run before is because that's what I'd ended up having it with Guild Wars. But I've also in the past had auto run as right click on the lean right on the mouse, so I can just revert that in Guild Wars and it still works. But I need to remember. Yeah, it's just I've got to learn a new bind. There's something about the key X. I just suck at pressing X. Does anyone else suck at pressing X? I don't know why, but I can't do it. I spent all night trying to learn that, and I just couldn't. Right. I think it's going in a little bit. Right. So yeah, I don't mean to bore you guys silly with this, because this is sort of not even questing. So let's go cash our stuff in. We just got a ton to cash in now at this point, I think. You struggle a bit with X and Z? Yeah, exactly. The problem is I fat finger Z all the time, and X is a really important bind for me now. It's my UI toggle. So what I was experiencing last night in dungeons, like I did a few roulettes, is I kept toggling my UI when I was trying to use a combat button, and that's just really bad. I don't want to be doing that. So, you wish caps lock wouldn't exist? Yeah, do you know what I've often thought would be a great feature for games? I've never played a game that has this, but this is something the gaming industry should do. Are you ready? While you are in the game window, caps lock no longer toggles. It doesn't toggle you into uppercase, lowercase. It doesn't do its normal functionality. You know how usually on a keyboard you press caps lock, the little light will appear to indicate it's on? That doesn't work when caps lock is pressed within your game client. Then caps lock can just be used as a normal bind, you know? Because caps lock's right there. I would love to use caps lock as a regular bind, but I've had too many experiences where, you know, and then all capsing later because I forgot it's toggled on or whatever. I think that would be so good, wouldn't it? And especially in MMOs where bind space is so important. I'd love that shit. Alright, the chocobos all around the forest. Nothing but scattered straw and broken wood. By all accounts, it's stronger and more clever than the rest. Am I going to get a sequel quest to kill it? Okay, so one of those camps has a problem. Can you help him out? You guys don't mind me abridging what they say here, do you? I kind of want to do this just because... But that's XP I should get on my Thaumaturge, so we'll do it later. Right. And then we go back to the Nath. And then we treat with Vidofna at Annex Shrine. What if you want to shout a lot? Well, just bung that over to shift control, you know? Just put the regular functionality back, but make it a modifier. Or something like that. I always struggle to leave this goddamn thing. It's just so weird that they want you to leave out of the river. Unless you go all the way down and around. I mean, it's just very strange. You can just disable caps lock altogether. Oh, really? Because I gotta say, I never use caps lock anyway. I probably use caps lock like once a month. Not even that. Not even that. If I want to all caps a single word, I hold shift and type the word. But I don't even do that. I probably do that once a month. For one word a month, if I'm lucky. How often do I type a whole paragraph in caps lock? I just don't. I don't do that. See, that would be such a good bind in games. What would I put that on? I could put that on any kind of thing. It's so good. It's right there, you know. Oh, your caps lock is broken anyway. My laptop keyboard is completely broken. Like, it won't detect any inputs. It's a Dell XPS from like 2015 or something. So it's like 6 years old now. But it's a really nice laptop. I really like the form factor. I love the thing. But the keyboard's broken. Because I used to, this is really stupid, but I like having a bath, right? And a really hot one where I steam the room up. And I really stupidly, I got greedy and complacent. And I liked listening to podcasts and stuff and watching YouTube videos in the bath. So like the toilet would be across from me in the room. So I'd close the lid, put the laptop on the toilet, and then, you know, you can have a nice bath and you can listen to some music or you can listen to a podcast or whatever. But I guess the steam or the mist vapors got into it and started fucking with it. At least this is what I think happened. So one day the keyboard just stopped working. This was about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now. I've had a laptop that I use daily. I use this laptop daily. And it has a broken keyboard. I cannot use keyboard. So I mouse around on the trackpad with a virtual keyboard, an on-screen keyboard. That's how, like, I enter my password to log in and stuff. Every day I, like, turn on the accessibility feature, and like, the Microsoft Windows woman comes on and she said, enter your password. Like, because it's, you know, for people, like, hearing impaired or whatever. And then I'm trackpad my password in, and then I log in, and then I trackpad around. I do have a solution though, which is if you put in a USB keyboard, the USB keyboard works. So I have a wireless USB receiver for a wireless keyboard that I use. So I always play this stupid game in bed on my laptop at night, where I have like the laptop resting on my knees and the keyboard resting like over the trackpad. So I can type like normal, but then if I want to use the mouse, I have to lift the keyboard off of the trackpad, use the trackpad, bring the keyboard back. And I swear to God, I've done that clunky net mess every day for at least 2 years. Because I can't afford to replace a laptop. Which is probably a bit stupid. I've been thinking I should take it to a laptop repairer and see if I can fix it. Anyway, the reason I'm telling this story right now is if on the wireless keyboard, I press caps lock, I can see on the broken real keyboard, the physical keyboard, which it won't detect any input, the caps lock light still lights on and off based on where I'm toggled on the wireless keyboard. So it's not totally broken. It still gets stuff, but something about the input's broken. So yeah. All right, have you got the muskets? I do. I'm really lightheaded right now. Why am I lightheaded? Thank you, Hunter. With these, we can arm ourselves, defend ourselves. We're the same blood of the Nath, but even we find it utterly unnerving, the way they think as one. But the way they move as one, it's hard to imagine us as the same people. Okay. Why is that got an arrow in it? I don't know why that has an arrow in it. Right, well, there you go. That's, as far as I can tell, some more of the Aether Current things done. Oh. Yeah, you see that little clunky movement there? That's because I'm not used to my new auto-run key. Drink water. Yeah, I know. I just drank... As soon as I said that, I just took a glug from a bottle of water. Wait, Hawk, you do the same thing? Do you really? You do the same thing? You have a laptop with a broken mechanical keyboard? Well, I say mechanical. I'm not talking about like a keycap thing. I just mean the keyboard baked into the laptop is broken. So therefore you use another one, the USB one. Efficient gaming? Well, I don't game on that laptop. I just use it to browse the internet. I've tried gaming on it, but it gets really hot because I use it in bed, and it's on like the fabric of the quilt. It'll go like me under the sheets, quilt on top, bed on top of that, laptop on top of that. You hear the vents, and you can feel it's like hot, and I don't really know whether that's right. So I don't do anything intensive on it. The only game, there's one game that I've played on that laptop in the past 2 years. Does anyone want to guess what it is? If you can guess what game I've played on that laptop, I will know you're a real Wooden Potatoes fan. It would actually make me really happy if anyone gets it, but there's no way you will. I'm deluding myself. You would have to know something quite precise about me from like my old Guild Wars streams. Not Stellaris, no. It's too intensive. No, you guys aren't going to get anywhere near it. Maybe someone watching the VOD right now has got an idea. I'll give you a hint. It's well, this hint might be too much. I'll give you a hint. It's played in a web browser. It's played in a web browser. Project Zomboid, just a shot in the dark there. I don't even know what that is, so I don't know where you're getting at that. Adventure Quest, no. Club Penguin, no. Good guess with the Club Penguin, though. There you go. Undius got it. Oh, I should have known you'd get it, Undius. Undius got it. Cookie Clicker. It was Cookie Clicker. If you'd been watching my streams like a year and a half ago, I think in PvP streams particularly, you will have heard me talking about being obsessed with Cookie Clicker for a while. That is some very obscure little trivia right there. I'm very, very surprised there. There you go. Jontman remembers as well. That's cool. I'm glad you guys remember that. Oh, I did play... Someone said Tess Arena. I did actually play a little bit of Arena on that laptop, but not regularly, and it was only in service of the LP, which itself is over a year old now. Thou art ever welcome, friend of Ysael. But this one I do not know. Alright, here we go. We're back in the story. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present you to Lucia, the first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It's an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Amaric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Speaking of Cookie Clicker, by the way, if you're watching this stream right now and you're not really doing anything else and you're vaguely bored, alright, I recommend pulling Cookie Clicker up on another screen. You can be playing it in seconds, and it's really fun. Honestly, play Cookie Clicker on another screen while watching this. It's a big recommendation from me. You won't regret it. It's an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. It's exactly the kind of game where you can still pay attention to my stream and sort of feel some progression and fun. I'm playing it right now. It's an honor to meet you. I come as an envoy of Sir... And by the way, if anyone's doing that, I would love to hear your progress in chat as we go along, or on the Wooden Potatoes 2 VODs. Like, where will you be in Cookie Clicker by the time I finished 5.3 or whatever? 3.5. Okay, seriously, let's pay attention here. Lucia, I come as an envoy of Amaric. Indeed, you may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war, but now we know the truth, that King Thordan and his Knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great worm Ratotuska, shattering the peace between our people. It really ruins these moments. It's a sad story and I don't even know how to say her name. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Ysael. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought that cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labour to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that the peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream as we must, as Ysael once did, and we must make that dream a reality, as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. Okay, I think Vidofnir is going to say yes. I think Vidofnir is going to go to the city, and I think insurgents are going to kill it. I think Vidofnir is going to die, and that's going to complicate matters a hell of a lot. I've heard your request, knight. However, I cannot give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He needs must be consulted. Who's your sire? Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we'll wait. After 1,000 years at war, we shall not give up on peace for want of patience. Ha! Fear not, knight. Thou shalt hast that answer of mine within thy lifetime. So soon, my humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith until we meet again. Okay. Oh, Hraesvelgr was her sire. Right, okay. Right. I should have known that. So I wonder how Hraesvelgr's doing in the light of Yazel's death. Hraesvelgr just kind of disappeared up at Azizla. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I'm surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Maybe I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. But you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Scion. We hope to welcome a scholar who's agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was. And thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can't think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year-old war. One which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Oh, okay. So, by the way, I've had a lot of feedback on Wooden Potatoes 2 several times in the chat, which I haven't acknowledged. I was questioning a lot towards the end of the main story, like why we were so altruistic towards Ishgard. And people have made it very clear to me, and I think everyone's very right to make this clear, that it's not pure altruism. We're doing it because we really want them in the Grand Alliance. We really need allies against Garlemald. We really need more hands on deck against primals and so on. So it's not pure altruism. It is a means to an end. And, you know, before my, 3-month break, that was set up in the story very well. I remember that now. I think you guys are totally right. And I think it all works very perfectly why we care so much about Ishgard. I just want to say I have read that feedback from a lot of you guys. And I think you're totally right. I've taken it on board. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that this sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphino. I only hope the fates will not hold you to your word. So it seems we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful. I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Nymphilia and Thancred. I'm really interested in what's going on with those two. I hope they end up having a cool story. I can only assume she's privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Y'shtola in Idyllshire. Yeah, she's based there, as we know from the Alexander story we did yesterday. There's also the fact you were given asylum and you owe it to them. I don't know whether we really owed it to them. After a certain point, our debt was paid, right? I think our debt was paid pretty fucking early. Because I think that's what tripped me up. I got a little bit too obsessed with the refugee thing. And I forgot the other side of it. That it's not just we were refugees. It's not just the asylum-seeking thing. Make it. And to be fair, I think the game could have spelled out a little bit better. Reminded me of that state of affairs a little bit. Anyway. I don't know whether that's me shifting the blame unfairly. Macon, it's good to see you. I confess, I had assumed your business in Alexstrine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidofna go well? As well as can be expected. She wants us to discuss the proposal with Hraesvelgr, but she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Charlene guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained that you'd be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Front Bridge. We should be on our way. Okay. Oh my god, that guy has a green chicken mini. I like it. Oh, I run issue again. WP is going to hate this. Oh god, is this a gobbo story? Oh, is it loads of gobbos for like ages? No, it's all good, guys. It's all good. I've had an entire night's sleep to recuperate. Oh, it's a lot of film. This is a Charlene scholar, is it?
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
They need more female voice talent, man.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Sharlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir.
Do you know what I think Guild Wars should do? Guild Wars should cut all the voice acting budget out of open world maps. Just cut it all, and put it all in the main story. That would hopefully give them a little bit more length each patch. But, so you reshuffle, you reallocate the resources, the voice acting budget. But here's the thing. Open world and dynamic events and stuff are already bad. So you leave VA for meta events, or maybe just the final bit of a meta event, which is the repeatable bit that people will remember the most. So you leave it there, and what you also do is you put a bit of voice acting in from the commander in the open world. You know, like the Verdant Brink open world voice acting? Which plays a bit more regularly. I think just leave those two little bits in, because you get a lot of bang for your buck from just those two voice acted elements, but cut all the rest of the voice acting from the open world, all of it, and put it all just in the mainline story. I reckon Guild Wars could get a lot more if they did that.
And who is that I spy but young Alpha No Levier himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
Levier, that's how we say his name. Alpha No Levier. So hold on, was it Louis Soir Levier?
We, Miss Kryle and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Thank you, Kryle.
Oh, God.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Personally, I think voice acting in games is a bit of a misguided pursuit. Hot take. That's not a hot take in this community. I wouldn't say. I mean, I'm fully in your corner with that.
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
They get a good balance in this game. I think, the thing I really like is, I don't know whether, production-wise it's any more efficient, but I like just voice acting the first couple of sentences of a line, or the first couple of first kind of words of a line, or the first couple of sentences of, like, a whole paragraph, slash, conversation. So you know that what the character's meant to sound like, you get a little bit of their intonation, but then you're free to create lots of walls of text and stuff. I quite like that balance.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking.
And I also like the generic line approach. Like, Guild Wars Eye of the North did it very well, I think, as well, where, like, if you clicked Ogden to start a quest, he'd have, like, a generic line where he'd say, "The Great Dwarf be with you," or some shit like that, right? So you know what he sounds like. But that's all they ever recorded. And then the wall of text tells the story. I missed what she said. Fuck. What was that?
Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing Scions.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you've been putting your skills to use in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence the first time of asking.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea.
I hate that. I hate when they don't finish a paragraph personally. Yeah, it's so jarring. Well, it's not jarring, though, when you get used to it. It's jarring like the first time or the first 2 times, and then you realise there's a pattern, and then it's not jarring anymore, and you get the best of both worlds. I disagree. The MSQ would be a lot worse without V8. No. I'm not. I didn't say that as a suggestion for FF14. I think FF14's struck a fine balance. I'm just talking about RPG principles in general. I'm not. That's at no point did I ever say that was a suggestion for FF14.
Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
The problem is Guild Wars requires every line to be voice acted, which really limits how deep their story can be. Well, I mean, my suggestion a second ago allows them to alleviates that issue a little bit. But then the other thing, you're right. So what I would say is you go half and half. You do that first suggestion I said, and the other thing is you ease up on how much you require to be voice acted. You start doing less voice acting. So you kind of bite from both ends of the apple. Do you know what I mean? You can solve the issue by tackling both ends at once. That's what I think they should do anyway. Okay, so we're going to speak with crew outside Matoya's cave. Someone said that she's an anthology reference to 5 as well. That's cool. But I feel for RPGs it makes moments with voice acting more special, like an oh shit, something's going on, so they have to voice it. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I don't know why you use the word but there. What do you mean but? I think that's a valid point. I completely agree with it. And you can do that too. See, Guild Wars kind of messes up because it's... What was it? We said the blockbuster narrative. So they're always voice acting it. And it's like... It's too much. But it's not actually about the main story voice acting. What my whole observation here isn't about any of that. My observation's about how much of... And none of you guys will come to this observation because I don't think you understand Guild Wars well enough. But like, take a random Living World episode, like Living World Season 4, Soundslipped Isles, right? When you're doing a heart, if you're just standing around at that heart for long enough, if you're just watching Inquest, you're not going to do this because you're just going to kill him. But if you stand around for long enough, the Inquest will start speaking to each other. And they're not just speaking to each other, they're voice-acted speaking to each other. There's like reams and reams and reams of dialogue all over the game. I mean, I remember before Guild Wars 2 came out, they made that a point of market and they said we've got like 25 feature-length films worth of voice acting. And it's all random shit that fires in the open world, which feels kind of immersive and cool when you're there to catch it, but they don't get any value out of it really, because most people never do catch it. When you look at my Guild Wars 2 Let's Play, I put in so much effort to get all that dialogue in it, because I knew people missed it, and it was a nightmare getting most of it. It was a nightmare! And a lot of the time they'd implemented it really badly, like on Fireheart Rise, there's loads of it, but clearly they'd lazily implemented it, so all the voice acting is in one cave, and it will be like one line fires every 20 minutes or some shit, and you have to be sitting there staring at this NPC recording, trying to get it. And it was a nightmare getting it. It was the worst thing for me recording that series, trying to get all that detail in there. What I'm talking about is shit like that, not just events, but all that kind of dialogue too. Imagine if all of that budget, all that time, that would have just been ingrained into the main storyline, where everyone would see it, and it was packaged in a long line. You're suddenly looking at a lot more meat. You know, they can spend the exact same amount of money, spend the exact same amount of time and effort, but put it in a more intelligent place. They could have done that at launch, they could have done that in the World Seasons, they could have done that in POF. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, you did say we were headed for a cave, didn't you? Because I certainly don't see a cave. Yeah, don't worry. You personally hate that 14 bosses go on in voice. It's impossible to read during a fight. Yeah, I think you're totally right about that, Rogalicious. I think that's something this game taught me. The fates without voice acting and the boss fights without voice acting just don't work. So if you're gonna do it, and that's why I said with the meta events, if you're gonna do it somewhere, bosses and events are the best places to put it. But again, every event, it's just too much. So what I would say is meta events where there's like a big boss at the end, and story bosses. I agree with you completely there. That's where it really... That's the only place, actually, that I think voice acting really matters. Where you can hear it, but you can continue focus on it, executing skills and stuff. Like, you know, if you did Demo's progression when it came out, you could follow the story of Saul as it was going along, because it was voice acting. In Final Fantasy, it's a nightmare. Man, I've got real head rush. I'm constantly loopy and lightheaded. Why am I so lightheaded? I mean, I can deal with it, but... What is it? There's this continuous pinging noise that's going on that's messing with you. What, on my stream?
Oh. Is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Though let's remember people with vision disabilities. Are you trying to say the word blind people? I recall a Reddit user that shared their happiness in being able to experience a Guild Wars 2 story through listening and loving the immersive ambient sounds. Look, that's very nice and that's very virtuous of you to worry about that. But frankly, I don't think I would design an MMO and compromise an MMO based on appealing to blind players. I mean, let's be realistic here, right? You can do what... That's the kind of thing where it's like, you make your game, you succeed in your vision, and then you do what you can to... what's the word? To accommodate for people, you know, or with different impairments. You don't design from the ground up to appeal to that. I mean, what value is there in that? I mean, it sounds a little bit cruel or whatever, but I don't need to sit here pretending virtue towards the blind is something I need to worry about with MMO design. I mean, I think any studio doing that is making a mistake. I think you work backwards on that one, not forwards on it.
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Okay, it's Baldessian. We're learning the pronunciations. It's very in line with ArenaNet philosophy, though. Is it? That game with the colorblind mode, right? Guild Wars 2 with its colorblind mode?
Baldessian, you say? Oh, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our Order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power.
Oh, shit. I clicked too early.
Kryl, you too possess the Echo.
Oh, it's another Echo user.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our Order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
Why have I never met you then? Have I met her before? Didn't someone say she's the one who told me about the Isle of Nyx? Was it? Getting destroyed?
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
So you deceived me.
Yes, yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the signs of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing Scions.
I've only just realised she has a cat ear hoodie. I've only just noticed that.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
I really like Matoya. Oh, she was mentioned by Minfilia. So I haven't met Creel. I've just heard about
I
her.
ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance. But never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
Not to make excuse on FF14's part, but maybe a reason, but due to part of the game was developed for both PlayStation and PC, make it cross-compatible so all servers work for both types. Perhaps that's why they shirked on voice acting for Fate. No, I just think they had their priorities better, man. I don't think it matters what console or whatever it was on. I think they just had their priorities better and they realised, look, we can't voice act it all. Even in the main story, they don't voice act it all, but where they use it, they get value out of it, I would say. Okay, I have a question. You know how in Realm Reborn, I picked up six crystals? And then in, like, the Living World Season 1 equivalent patches, Midgardsormr got severed my connection to them. And then through Heavensward in these recent streams, I've repowered them. Right? You know those 6 crystals? Are they actual physical items that Macon is carrying with him? Are they actually, like, do I actually have 6 trinkets with me? Because I only ever see them in that weird, like, meta landscape. So they are physical items. Right. So then it makes sense that this is also a physical item. It's just of a different shape. Okay, thank you, chat. So it's a crystal of light. So this is like the 6 things that I've got.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light.
Oh, they're explaining it. See, this game's good.
But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
Oh, that's cool! So, we're in the 7th Umbral era, right? 1.0 was the 6th Umbral era, then Dalamud comes crashing down and we go into the 7th. So this has all been set in the 7th. Warriors of Light appear right before those catastrophes. So there's been like 6 other big catastrophes, right? Do we know anything about those other 6 catastrophes? So this was wielded by a prior person with the Echo. Hydaelyn blessed someone maybe before the 3rd destruction, and this was the crystal that was given to them. This is cool. This is very cool. And if I played the game before Realm Reborn, I'm still technically a 6th generation Warrior of Light. I'm not a 7th generation Warrior of Light. I'm a 6th generation one that got jumped forward in time, right? So isn't it quite curious and exciting that immediately after the 7th era begins, Hydaelyn's giving more fucking crystals out straight away? That suggests, like, we're still in some turbulence. I'm guessing with the other ages, since they're called ages, you get a good many years of peace between another catastrophe. But in this instance, it's like, boom, straight away. Warriors of Light are back again, and it's like, what the fuck? After post-calamity. Wow, all of the previous calamities get a brief amount of lore. Some fairly in-depth side content. Really? Bonecuss, is that what you're trying to say? That the previous generations of Warriors of Light get... Oh, A Realm Reborn ended the 7th. Sorry, so we're in the 8th then. Wait, A Realm Reborn ended the 7th. Oh, you're right. Oh, so the 7th was tiny then. It went Calamity to... What? That wasn't even really that exciting, the end of the core game. It was just Empire shenanigans. We're in the 7th Astral Era. Oh, there's Umbral Eras and Astral Eras. What's the difference between an Umbral and an Astral Era? Does anyone know? What's the difference between an Umbral and an Astral Era? Bahamut and the Dalamud incident was about to trigger the 8th calamity, but it got stopped. So we're still in the same astral era. Umbral is calamity, astral is peace. Astral is associated with peace. Umbral is dark. Astral is gold. So what age am I in right now? Can someone just lay this out? What age am I in right now? So I see that's a light and dark thing. I'm guessing the Ascians like Umbral, we like Astral. We're in Astral. We're in an age of light. What was the previous Umbral? When does Hydaelyn send her champions? Every time the Astral threatens to become Umbral? After the end of 2.0, they declare the end of the 7th Umbral. So wait, A Realm Reborn is an Umbral age. Didn't seem that dark. Oh, this is just something the city-state leaders declare. It's not Hydaelyn picking this. This is just Eorzeans. Oh, so it's not really a big deal. So we're in 8th Astral now? This is just culture. Okay. Right, so let me go back to... So what do I need to get straight in my head? Okay, so whether it's Umbral or Astral really doesn't have anything to do with what Hydaelyn's actually doing. Astral era considered restoration period from previous Umbral, which usually brings destruction and bad stuff. Okay, can someone just list out in one comment, like, Dalamud, like, Calamity was what? 2.0's ending was what? Where are we now? 7 Astral is current. The eras are recorded history. They are only numbered in accordance to what the in-universe historians define and can find evidence of. 7th Astral is current. We would expect to be going into the 8th Umbral next, but it has not happened. Okay. So we're in the 7th Astral era. Now, how does this hook into Hydaelyn creating Warriors of Light? Did the cultures usually decide each one was when a Warrior of Light was around doing stuff? Right, well, whatever. People are now saying it's getting spoilery. I don't know what they're talking about. Alright, let's just keep going.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
Matoya, you should have told me this during the previous storyline.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola.
Oh, so in Final Fantasy is like Christianity, isn't it? They don't believe animals have souls. She can't speak to beasts because beasts don't have souls.
Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
It's easy to explain animal cruelty and, you know, farming meat and stuff when you tell your people that they don't have a soul. It's okay, guys. It's not bad.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Okay.
Thank you, Master Matoya.
Bahamut signaled the 7th Umbral. Time between that and 2.0, we were Umbral. And now we're Astral. Yeah, so can she communicate with a beast tribe?
From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
So every Echo user has unique abilities only to them. Yeah, that was a big takeaway from that for me. So what was Ysaele's unique ability? I don't know what her unique ability was. And what's mine? What's my unique ability? Yours is the memory walking. Oh, right. My the flashback power. Oh, that's cool. I really like that, because that doesn't sound like a superpower, but we've got a lot of value out of it. I quite like that. I'm going to look at chat now, and someone's going to say, yeah, we actually have multiple, because we're a badass, and it's going to just totally turn that to acid in my mouth. Minfilia can do that too, or is her different? Yeah, what's Minfilia's one? Oh, flashback is for all Echo users. Nodding. Alright, hey guys. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may not have yet wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet, even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, hunters would surely have stumbled upon his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Krill. I've already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. This is impressive. You drew him from memory. A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. He was lying. He's embarrassed about something in his past. I propose we split into two pairs. Stola and I will inquire at the outlying encampments while Macon and Creel question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Loth, Astvoth, and share our findings. Assuming there are no objectives, let's be about it. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Oh, is he a veritable Leonardo DiCaprio? Anyway, we best get started. He certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a young boy who practiced drawing to impress young ladies. I should change my my chat keybinds to match Guild Wars. I can do that, can't I? Like I can make /L into local, which they call say. This game seems so much more interesting. ArenaNet missed out on a lot of the class quests they did indeed. Searching for a friend of yours? Let's have a look then. It's easy to be sort of mad at ArenaNet for that, but you've got to remember, I remember this very clearly, people don't anymore. People didn't take video game MMO stories seriously at all. Every cutscene was fucking... There was a big thing in Guild Wars 1 especially with the way that their campaign missions worked out, and everyone in the party needed to vote to skip a cutscene. There was a lot of talk about how disinterested people were in the story and how annoyed they were when they were forced to watch a cutscene. And that obviously has its own solutions, but it really created this perception in that game, in that community, Guild Wars 1, the story didn't matter much. And I think what ArenaNet were doing was they were analysing the behaviour of their player base. And their player base's behaviour was that they fucking skipped reading all the story. They just didn't care. They wouldn't read the story. And so ArenaNet came to think, well, look, this is how players play. They want to skip the walls of text. Let's move away from that kind of questing. Let's do dynamic events. And it kind of all worked together, you know? And I understand how they got to where they am. And they turned their back on, like, a fundamental part of RPGs, really. It was a lot of slack that the personal story had to pick up and then had its own problems. You know, it's just ambition. It's just tackling problems. I think if ArenaNet were to make a Guild Wars 3, they would realise that they swung the pendulum too far and they would swing it back. I think they're smart and they know these things, but they... mismanagement, money pissed away on other projects, I don't know. They've not been able to rectify those issues. And it's been 10 years and now it looks like they believe in those things. But I don't think ArenaNet believes in the things that people think they believe in. It's just they haven't had opportunity to show people otherwise. What's that you got there? A sketch? Surprisingly accurate depiction of the missing Thancred, suggesting Alphino may have mistaken his life calling. You got the feeling ArenaNet wanted to move away from classic questions to be hipster contrarian. That is a terrible take. You're not alone in that take, but I have to say, that take, and everyone who shares it, is pure idiocy. They're not fucking morons. It's a company with a publisher that spent a lot of money on their ambition and their ideas. They have agonized over their decisions and what they want to do. There's obviously deliberate reason. I just want to be different. Like, your understanding of video game development and, you know, the expense in this stuff and people who have passionately dedicated their lives to a vision, to just throw all that aside and say, oh, they just want to be hipsters, is fucking lunacy. Like, really stop to analyze why you would have that. I want to shake you. I want to physically shake you, Disco Wizards. I heard a tale the other day about a Hyurian vagabond who brought down a Bandersnatch by himself, and with style. Why they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was the bell of the bleeding bull. Sound like your man? I'll tell you, there will have been very little whimsy and laissez-faire behind the guiding principles of a goddamn MMO. The most expensive, difficult, tightrope of a product you can make in gaming, and you believe that one of their fundamental principles was, yeah, let's just be different, bro. I'm like, come on, man. Like, that does such a disservice to you, I don't know. I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river, to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, see? That, and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Okay, we're getting somewhere, I feel. I'm still messing up my auto run. Oh, I had another thing I wanted to mention that is ArenaNet's problem expansion-wise. It's let's not do X-Packs, then let's do them, then let's not do them. This back and forth really hurt the whole flow of the game. They always feel like an afterthought because they didn't want to do X-Packs, but then they do them. Yeah, no, you're right. A lot of people said that. I think that's a very, very accurate. I think you're 100% right about that. That's really ruined Guild Wars. Finished. In that case, we learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. I'm out of touch. What does hipster contrarian mean in this context? Different for its own sake? Yeah, different just to be different. There's no logic to it. There's no meaning to it. It's just on a whim. I don't have any opinions about MMOs. I don't have any opinions about the pros or cons of this thing. I'm just going to do it because it's different. That's what he's saying they did when they made the game, which is nonsense. They were looking at specific problems with the game that they managed and that they saw in the industry as a whole, and they were looking for solutions. And they were sincere, deeply thought out efforts. And you can't really blame them for not having hindsight of everything that would come later. You know, you can't control everything. You can't have an idea. You can have a perfect idea, but to manifest that perfect idea is very, very difficult. As Final Fantasy itself told us just yesterday, if you recall. I know I don't need to fight this stuff. I'm doing it for muscle memory purposes. Wow, that's a cool mount. I don't know. Do you guys think I'm the crazy one? I'm the one putting too much emphasis on... do I overly respect them? I don't think I'm being a fanboy there. I don't think I'm being too forgiving. Combat sounds area really loud compared to your voice. Combat sounds are still too loud, are they? Is it because I have other PCs too loud? We're back to a place where we can't even hear the footsteps. Some Morrowind wind sound effects right there. There are pros and cons for sticking to the same style over and over. Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy just in general, I'm not talking about 14 here, but it's always interesting to me because sometimes I feel like they really nail it. Like in 7, the Materia system, they really nailed something there. And then they threw it all in the bin for 8 with the whole drawing system. And that's just because they always wanted to change it and innovate. And that almost feels like changing for the sake of it. But, you know, that was like 7, 8 games in, and I think that was a thirst to be creative. And sometimes it's like you've nailed something, and I kind of wish they would go. Like, Insomniac really landed what Ratchet and Clank could be. This is my poster child franchise for this. They changed quite a lot between 1 and 2. But 2 and 3... they'd found all their fundamental principles, and the franchise was really good. And I genuinely think they could have just kept redoing it. But with, you know, new stories, new planets, new guns, new places to go. And, like, they had something there. But then they went and changed things again, or they got bored of it, and so on. And it's like, you know, sometimes I think you can just hit a thing, and you can keep going. Guild Wars 1, in many ways, you could see that way. A genre all on its own at this point. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal fun and game, not so for receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Hyurian hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though no one chanced to see the man's face, his height and build match Thancred's, as does his fighting prowess. So, you've heard the same tales, be that as it may, we may yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man's of refinement, which seemed rather a curious description for one of his kind. You're implying Thancred sent a Vath to market in his stead? Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the livestream as naked as your name day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. Oh, I'm shipping them, baby. Kiss. Kiss. It stands to reason that Thancred now found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, they should have been able to tell us, no? Quite right, Creel, quite right. Yeah, I haven't played the new Ratchet. I'm strictly talking about PS2 era development right now. I'm not talking about sort of the new wave that's currently going on. Alphano would very much like to continue the search for Thancred. I'm really excited about Insomniac. I'm a huge Insomniac fanboy, and to be honest, this whole thing about the Marvel game universe, and you know, Spider-Man's the start and Wolverine's the next, I'm really keen on that. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thancred could be waiting for us in Lothast Vath. We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone. Come along. Rift Apart was great, but it could have been more risky. I haven't played it. I'd love to play that on stream, really. I'm a big Ratchet fanboy. I'm really enjoying this at the moment. I kind of want this to be what my LPs become, but it's just I don't know how to I don't know how to translate this into YouTube. Maybe I don't need to. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I know I'm having fun and being productive, which is more than could be said for me most of the time. So it's usually one or the other. And that causes me to be a bit spatchy. The thing is, if you look at my YouTube channel at the moment, everyone's convinced I'm not doing anything because none of them are looking here and none of them care about FF14. So it's like a storm's brewing at the moment. Click, click, great hunters. We welcome you once more to Lothas Vath. What did you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings. How curious, the hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey. You're enjoying this format? Well, yeah, but you're here live. You guys are such a small, teeny, weeny little proportion of like my full audience, and I feel there's something wrong with this. I'm curious how WP2 VOD viewers feel as well. How curious, the hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, he's not prey, but a friend long missing. Good. He's a friend to the Vath as well, one with whom we have traded many times. Truly, and you're quite certain it was this man? There is no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from Solmal, lost and weak. He offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended to his wounds. Sorry, I've lost the story here. How did he get here, though? He brought us much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. I was excited by the idea that these guys had been flung into the far continents or something. Where is he now? You know, like Thancred had been at Meracidian or something, and he'll suddenly come back because he took a boat back home, and he's got all these stories about that. Gone to Lothas Vath, Nath, not long ago. We had the One Mind had summoned our god for once more. Or at least back to core Eorzean areas, not all just Heavensward places. Wait, Ravana's returned? Vidofna did say that the Nath had grown as before, but what could have Thancred hoped to accomplish by himself? Honoured Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, hunters! Alright, so another Ravana fight, and Thancred. Is going to be with us. Oh, he was teleported away by Y'shtola. Oh, okay, when he just didn't know where he'd come out. And coincidentally, it's in the location of the most recent expansion, so we get to spend more time here, right? Again, I do apologize. I have to get my tab target muscle memory. What does this icon mean, by the way? I think it's an add-on I put on last night. So I should be able to recognize people's classes now, right? So what icon is that? Oh my god, it died instantly. Holy shit. That's the Black Mage icon. Okay. I thought that'd be cooler. It would get me to teach me more about the classes, you know, quicker. Because I don't know any of the icons. I don't have that info in my head right now. Oh, but now that they're in my party, the icons have disappeared. Okay, let's fix that. It says I should have everyone's icon. I guess it's because it's display name settings. Party members. Oh, wait. Others. Party members. If I click always, it will show up now. Okay. But not the health bar. I thought I used to have the health bar on screen. Maybe it's only when they go below 100% health. Oh wow, the water sprites sound really weird when they die. Did you guys hear that? Oh, this is Chloromancer from chat. Hello. Yeah, it sounded like water, exactly. avatar is chaos or light? I don't know what you mean. You're talking about my server? I'm on the Aether data server, kid. I'm just here to enjoy the content and help other viewers play. What setting did the icon? It's a plugin on Dalamud. I think it's just called Job Icons. I'm hoping to learn a little bit more about the game with it. Why am I on NA and not EU? Because my friends and girlfriend play on NA, so I'm on NA. I need to level Dark Knight. They say the job story is great. It's weird. It was like 50% really fun, and then 50% like kind of a bit meh. But it was weird all over, I would say. But I've only seen the first little bit. You know, the next once I buy the game, I'll get even more of it. Won't I? The game is just so flashy. Does anyone know if there's a plugin? Like, I like all of my animations, but they're just too big. Does anyone know if there's an animation that just shrinks the visual effect size? Does anyone know anything like that? Oh my god, I cannot get it in my head. You didn't really like the Dark Knight questline, you thought Summoner was better? Well, just because Summoner's better, it doesn't mean Dark Knight's bad, does it? I mean... You can turn off other players in your own, but make them smaller, I don't know. Yeah, I know you can toggle them.
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
You can basically cull out at 3 steps. Yours, your party members, and other people. So I have other people's completely culled off. Mine are still there, and I like them, but they're just so big. I can't see the enemy. I don't know. Oh my god, it's the Warrior of Darkness, right? It's not Thancred. Oh shit, he one-shot Ravena. That's the Warrior of Darkness, it's not Thancred. Oh, that's cool! Why is he hunting primals? I thought he'd be summoning primals. Oh, he's got his whole team. Oh, I thought they were setting this up for way later. No, they're jumping in. Oh, that's very cool. Oh, both of our heads got hurt. What is happening? What? They all get to be here?
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever.
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not!
Okay, so he's like us from another reality, and he beat the Ascians, right? I get that much.
So you are the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea.
So our Echo gave us a flashback showing that. What did his? But he's holding it. What did he just see? The reverse, I guess. Why do all
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner. What with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Oh, he's sucky. I like him.
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
So if he's a hero, if he's like a version of us from another world, it's really cool that they picked the design as the guy from the CGI cutscenes. That's very clever, because it means that the CGI cutscenes we see is kind of the other Eorzea or whatever. They're very, very clever. That's inspired. Already really good, by the way. And now is Thancred coming? Oh, wait, who the fuck is this? Is that him? No, who the fuck is that? What the fuck is this is already really good. This company's so sophisticated. He just fucking one-shot Ravenna and most of us, but now he can't beat this guy.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt, but so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light, for we are the warriors of darkness, walkers of a different path, and we shall meet again.
So they still are hunting primals.
Warriors of darkness? Really?
Who are you?
Thancred! Are you all right?
Wait, it is Thancred. Sorry, am I a moron? I thought Thancred... I don't remember Thancred having white hair. Am I a moron? Is it him?
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
He always had white hair. He didn't look like this, though, did he? Is it because his hair's long now? He didn't look like this. He looks totally different. Am I crazy? He just has long hair because he's been in the wild. It's just longer, yeah. It wasn't dangling down like that. And he's in a totally new outfit. Okay, alright, good. I guess, yeah, he must have... He had shorter hair, right? For some reason, I thought he had, like, brown hair. He has longer hair, he has a beard, his outfit's changed. Okay, I'm not a complete moron for not realizing it was him. I mean, I sort of did realize it was going to be him, but then I thought it was someone else. Oh, and a new voice actor too, so yeah. I haven't seen him since the voice cast changed, so that wouldn't have helped either. Or maybe I did for like one sentence before Heavensward died. Okay. The vision caught me unawares. I was unprepared for their attack. But so what are they? So Hydaelyn is a crystal of light, right? So, or a goddess of light, or whatever. So are they like following like Zodiac or something? But the Ascians are trying to summon Zodiac. Zodiac doesn't exist right now, does it? And I don't even know what Zodiac is. So I don't think they're... Is there a dark crystal somewhere? What does that even mean? We should be safe here. Our pursuer's not likely stray far from the colony. Hello. Don't forget, guys, it's basically this versus Bloodstone Fen. This release.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then, had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether.
A little leaf covering his crotch.
Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides.
This is hilarious. Why do I feel like this is only here? Like in the West? This is funny.
Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
Nutkin moment. Oh, is that like a big community joke?
So
moment,
you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
Oh, of course.
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
What I kind of thought they were doing, which I was really excited by, is I sort of thought that they were suggesting the Warrior of Shadow, well, Warrior of Darkness, sorry, that he had just manifested in Eorzea here, and he'd been naked running around, and everything we'd seen in the quests on this stream so far had been about him. I thought that would have been quite clever, but I guess not. It was all about Thancred in the end anyway.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
It's all coming together at the moment, and because the characters are getting a bit more verbose and like falling into their grooves a bit, and it's starting to really go... It feels especially weird that my character doesn't speak at the moment. I know that will never change.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Suddenly I'm not like acclimated to it again, because it's delivering everything else so much better.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian,
Do you know what else is really nice about streaming this instead of streaming Guild Wars 2's story? I have control. I know when they're going to stop speaking, and I have control when I can make them speak again, so I can always weave my commentary between. And it might be a bit annoying that I'm taking the cutscenes too slowly or whatever to some people, but I have that control. In Guild Wars, if I dare make an observation in the middle of a 10-minute long conversation, I'm going to get interrupted. And then you have to remember a million things all at once. Like, that was something really hard about Guild Wars and my Season 2 LP.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
That's cool. I like how they turn that on their heads. Because in the core game, there was always a moment to go back and fight a primal again, like it would get resummoned and you'd be in the hard mode. And I was thinking to myself, oh, it's kind of cool that Heavensward is just that's going to happen. But instead of just being side content, they've kind of grandfathered that into the main story. And there's something quite elegant about that. So I was totally ready to believe that I was going to have a Ravena fight. I was 100% on board with it, and I was actually admiring how clever that would be. And then they just rip it out from under you in another clever move. Blessed with the power of the Echo, and driven to put down primals, despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumours and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventures, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would they, any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Thancred found Macon. Ah, the memories. Seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time a band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labour to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers has been travelling the land, slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation wouldn't avail us naught. There's far too much we do not know. Well, we saw from the post-credit scene, bit of dramatic irony here, that Elidibus, the White Ascian, while on the moon, sent the Warrior of Darkness. So where were they before? Were they chilling on the moon? Why were they on the moon? Why does Elidibus want primals to die? I thought as an Ascian he'd want them to be around. Isn't that all the Ascians do? They just make primals? Or teach people how to make primals? For the present, we must needs concentrate what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofna must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Amaric's invitation. Yeah, let's curry favour, even though we didn't earn this. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony has given me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search of Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia's missing. I thought she escaped with Macon. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. So sorry, the entirety of the Heavensward story, he's been walking around naked in the woods. I'm going to assume he only just popped back up. Oh man, it looks real good. I like this at the moment. Oh, by the way, I'm still looking for reshade advice. Anyone who has advice on like a good reshade preset. Hopefully by this point you guys know my sensibilities. I don't want anything so... I want it to look dev intended. If you can take dev intention and amplify it, then that's what I want. I want it to be dev intended. I want it to be in line with the idea of the game. But maybe where the devs fail to truly execute a vision they clearly intended, any reshade that amplifies that kind of thing, that's what I'm all about. That's the kind of thing I like. So yeah. And then as a secondary concern, but a real concern, is, you know, it has to be watchable. Alright, I don't want anything crazy. I don't want my chat to be flooded with people saying ooh and stuff like that, you know. So basically, we can't go very extreme with anything. But if you guys have an idea like that, if it means that someone tunes into the stream and they say, wow, his game looks good, that's what we're going for. Wow, this looks good. Wow, I want that. That's the goal. Alright, hey Vidofna. Ravena's dealt with. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, then thou hast long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofna, but it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you. Lord Ravana, who has been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding Ishgardian's invitation. As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years I have mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace by thy king betrayed. Such was my lot until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream. Yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned. Oh, I like that. For redemption she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in convictions, be it for weal or for woe, such as the folly and the glory of man, and of dragon. He's entrusted a choice unto us, and we have to make it. We'll keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept the invitation? Let me know that I, Vidofna, shall journey to Ishgard on behalf of my people. They're going to kill him. I'm telling you guys, I think they're going to kill Vidofna. I think some twat in Ishgard is going to just kill it. We'll convey your words to our allies without delay. I think this is all going to go horribly wrong. That might be the cliffhanger to 3.1. I don't know how long each patch is, really. It's happening, you say. Would that you were here to see it. I think in Guild Wars terms, if this was Out of the Shadows, we'd probably be about to be Out of the Shadows right now. We would have had time to arrive in Bloodstone Fen, to do a little bit of the analysis. I mean, it's not a big patch, Bloodstone Fen. We'd maybe be... Canuck would probably be talking about his
Even as the Scion celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honourable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honourable men, to whom Sir Emmerich was no hero, but a scheming patricide.
Holy fuck! No! He's got to survive that.
Honourable men, who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood.
There's no way they just kill Emmerich.
Honourable men, whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Are we still in 3.1? That, to me, feels like that could be a mic drop at the end of 3.1. Oh, that was crazy. I did it. As I watched the scene, I was thinking, oh, they're just showing that it's tense in the city. Can someone just tell me if I'm still in 3.1 or not? Right, let us not keep Sir Emmerich waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Okay, we are still 3.1. Yes, well, quite well. Forgive me, you have given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians, the Dravanians, and our friends in over... This patch is definitely a click up from even the expansion itself. Toward their scene, there's no end to our troubles. This patch is really good. We can but face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you as they found me. In time, they will find Ida and Papalima and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be of a memory, one of which we'll look back on together. Such a cool detail. Pray do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I'd rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough. You may rest assured that I have my part to them to the very hilt. I know, but so then to the congregation. Either we're going to go in there and we're going to find he's injured and he's like out of action for the story for a while, or he's fucking dead. If they kill him, that's really good. That's some crazy shit right there. Hello, Lucia. Oh god, she. What about her? Hey, Hilda. How good you're back? Things got a bit heated while you're away. A bit heated? Is that because she's from the Broom and she doesn't really give a fuck about Emmerich? Let's see. You've returned. At least the fates are kind. Greetings. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofna has accepted Sir Emmerich's invitation. She has. These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Oh, look, they're fucking playing with me. They know. They're dragging out. Is he otherwise engaged? He's sleeping off a knife to the gut. Okay. What? What happened? Will he live? The chirurgeons tell me he will make a full recovery, but had Lord Edmund and the Lord Artorial not been on hand when the assassins struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flames. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We're dousing the fires, but everyone we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassin conspirators. Until they've been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Okay, alright. It's not as intense as I thought it was going to be. If that had happened, I would have really thought, okay, this game's definitely clicking into a faster speed and doing things. Lucia would begin the hunt for the arsonist without delay. Lucia? The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation. Witnesses must be found, suspects identified. Have we been able to determine the precise locations where they were set? Maybe there's a pattern. Well, if there is, we haven't discerned it. Fires can be reported throughout the city, both in pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Alphano and Yustola, I'd have you take charge of the investigation in foundation. As you wish. Maybe Tatari can help. Thancred of the Science of the Seven Dawn, and may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda. Scion, eh? I was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray and inform me immediately, that's all. Okay, how are your cookie clicker runs going, guys? While we could begin sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passerby, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he should or should not. Oh, aye, the infamous Lord Emalian de Forton. Lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They could say he could gossip for Ishgard. That's just sort of the fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion making. He'll be at the Crozier, most like, making an effort to be seen. Let's go and see him. You're at 200k a second. Very good. WP, are we making a free company at some point? I still don't belong to one. I don't know, really. I can't while I'm on free trial, so not until the end of Heavensward, at the very earliest. I don't really know how much of Spud is watching and cares or listening. I mean, in Guild Wars, I could bomb a guild with 500 people. I don't know whether I can. I don't know what this is, and I don't know what it will be in like a few weeks. It might just be like 5 people in chat at that point, and that's just like, well, this isn't good for my career, I've got to stop. In which case, doing a guild seems like a dumb idea. I mean, it really depends if these streams grow or not, you know. But I mean, just for funsies, I mean, why not? People can do it. I don't have a guild. Free company means guild, right? Just to be clear, I'm not completely getting that wrong. Yeah, and then there's the fact most Spud people are EU. Well, not most, but a chunk. Doing a cross-server link shell could be fun. That's like a, that's like an IRC chat, right? So we could have like a Spud chat, maybe. I know that I want to be in a guild with a stable and stuff because I want to customize my chocobo, and I want to see features in the game. I want to have fun with the game, you know. It's basically a chat room. Oh, why am I walking to the... Oh. It says go to the Sea of Clouds. Buying a guild house is brutal. Oh, is it? I mean, I have infinite guild, but not much. It's like shallow, isn't it? If I'd bought the game like 100 hours ago, I probably would have a good amount of guild right now, but... Jesus Christ. I'm sorry that this has been such a long walk, but hey, whatever. Buying any house is pretty brutal, to be honest. You're capped on trial? Yeah, I know. What? Sorry. What? What did you just interpret me as to have said a second ago? Didn't I literally just say out loud, I'm on trial so I can't get more money. If I bought the game 100 hours ago, I'd have more. How is your response to that then, you're capped on trial? Well, if it's in Macon, dearest of my friends, you're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old boy? Yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that, and awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. In case you were wondering why the hoplons are washed with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Amric's orders, from what I hear, remarkable man. Not even a knife to the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old boy, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I'd be more than happy to accompany you to the hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a moment, I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old boy. I'll have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Well, very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch this arsonist. Wait, sorry, am I supposed to be invested in Imanalian's pursuit of some woman? That wasn't not in Thancred. There you are. That's not entirely what I hoped. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the hoplon, Macon, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. $300k is max skill you can have on the free trial. Post was made by the free trial gang. Really? Am I capped? Sorry, am I guild capped? Guild capped? I had no inclination. Not quite the Wurzels with my Hilda yet. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to work on it. I think he's capped on trial, but he doesn't know yet. Vault priest. Hello. I don't like the look of you. He's got a foul face on him. Come, my brothers and sisters. There is food and shelter enough for all the basilica. Helene's blessings be upon you, Father. I confess, we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop, about Sir Emmerich, the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? I'll give you something to succor if you don't stop with these blasphemes. So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good, good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. Wait, is he nice or bad? I actually can't quite tell. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere, and it was so hot I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I might have climbed. Maybe my arm's getting better after all. Okay. This person is unruffled. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard my neighbours shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. I often wonder if there was like a fire in my house and I had like just a few seconds. Well, okay, no, let me rephrase that. If there was a fire, if I turned around right now and I saw there was an immense fire in my kitchen, right, that I could not fight. It was a huge fire. I often wonder like what I would prioritize and how much I'd risk, because I definitely know this. I would not instantly call 999, and I would not instantly leave the house. I would unplug the PC, and I would get the PC out. Because it's worth, you know, a lot in terms of what's on the hard drive and how everything's configured. And then the question is, okay, so you'd fuck about unplugging the PC. What else would you grab? I'd grab my wallet. What else would I grab? And now it's like, would I start risking going for the monitors? Like, the place would fill with... And this is all terrible, by the way. I know that you should... I know this is all awful. But then it would start filling with smoke. And I often wonder how much I would risk and for how long. You know, I guess it depends on the layout of your house and stuff as well. Because if there was a big fire in my kitchen, which is where a fire would start because of some kind of cooking issue, it's like I would be able to... I wouldn't have to go through the kitchen to get to the front door or anything. I could ignore that. So it's kind of like I could get a couple of trips in and out. I often wonder that. Do you guys think about that? Like your contingency, if there was suddenly a fire and you had no way of fighting it? What would you do? Because I think we would all grab something, right? What would you grab? Why are you questioning the refugees? We inspected the scenes of several fires. And it's weird to me. I always think it's very nerdy and loserish and sad of me that I would grab the PC. But maybe it's smart, because, I mean, I am a professional using it. It's not like your accounts online get deleted if there's a fire in your house, though. I mean, you could technically rebuild. While you question the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires. Some might say we were spared the grace of the fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on 2 occasions when the target was the bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give cause to wonder that Alphino will doubtless have an opinion. And there's something incredible I saw the other day. I don't think I talked to you guys about this. There is an amazing video. I mean, I recommend you all watch it, okay? Because fire is a serious thing, all right? You shouldn't talk lightly about it. You shouldn't think lightly about it. It's a hazard and threat to all of us. I'm not trying to, you know, what am I not trying to do? What am I trying to say? Look, there's a video online, all right, and you should definitely check it out. It's a guy streaming... What game is he streaming? He's streaming, like, Pokemon or something. It's some, like, really big popular game. It's a game I've played. I can't remember what he's streaming. But he takes a break on his stream for a second because he's got a Zippo lighter. He's just a guy in a room. It's completely normal. You would never expect disaster to be about to strike. And he's just got like a little Zippo lighter that I guess he got sent by a fan or something. So he's pulled his camera up and he's just trying it. And he lights the little flame, but there's a bit of oil, just like a little bit. So when he puts it down, it creates this tiny little fire, and he reacts terribly to it. And over the next... I'm really struggling here. Sorry, this is... over the next, like, 5 minutes of the stream, I think. It's like a 5-minute video. There's a VOD on YouTube of it. You watch him burn his house down. Everything he does to put out this tiny fire is, like, terrible. He, like, blows on it and gives it more air. Then he drops it on like a little bit of paper and the paper goes up. Then he grabs the paper one into a cup and he like tries to put it out by throwing like cardboard on it. And then you realise the whole room's a fucking mess because he's a loser that streams on Twitch all day. So he's not got his shit together. And you realise there's just cardboard everywhere around him. And now he's got a fairly sizable cardboard fire, which he could still just throw out the window. It's not necessarily disaster. But then he goes into the kitchen to like get a cup of water to put it out, and he spends like 90 seconds in the kitchen while this fire gets bigger and bigger and bigger and ends up like lighting some curtains. And then he finally comes out of the kitchen, which is off screen, and he's got like a tiny cup, which is obviously not going to do anything, and it's seriously getting out of control now. And then he goes to the stream because the game he's playing has like a notification sound or something, and clearly people in stream chat were complaining about this noise. So he takes the time to go to OBS to mute something on the stream so that his viewers aren't annoyed, and then the rest of the stream it's like muted while he's trying to fight this fire, and he's doing it terribly, and the whole apartment goes up in flames. And you watch how long he tries to fight it, and he starts like, and you watch as the smoke fills up. And he doesn't turn off the PC or anything in the end. You just see like the camera breaks through the inferno he's created. And it's like a 6-minute video on YouTube. You can watch the whole thing unfold just from a guy like playing Pokemon or something to burning his apartment down. Just search on YouTube like streamer burns his house down. And you can watch this guy just do everything wrong. I mean, it's fascinating. And and you read the comments on there, people talking about fire safety and stuff. I mean, I genuinely think everyone should watch that. You should never forget about the danger. And yeah, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm going to give people a public safety announcement, service announcement. Oh, look at me, I'm so mindful of safety of my view. I'm not trying to be, you know, above my station or whatever, but it is fascinating. You guys should watch it. Okay, we found this man loitering in the remains of one of the buildings. We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it, you got the wrong man. Oh, it's Minecraft. That's what he's playing. It's Minecraft. That's the game. It's not Pokemon, it's Minecraft. Yeah, and hilariously, early on in the video, you can hear like lava bubbling in the background in Minecraft. He's near lava. You can hear his game audio and there's fucking lava there. By the way, the guy was safe. He just burned a house down. I'm not talking about someone's unfortunate accident or whatever. You know, he wasn't injured, he wasn't harmed in any way, but he did burn his house down. My reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile. Look at me. Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrels slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks. He's the one who told me to keep going. Got him. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I'd left it behind, tried to with all my heart, said my prayers every day like a good man, but he came to me. He came to me. There you go, Thancred. And there you have it. Hilda, would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind him limping when he gets there. LMAO, the comment, I'm surprised he used water instead of gasoline. I mean, yeah, it is. He does everything wrong. I mean, it's very easy to call the guy an idiot, but I mean, adrenaline's a powerful thing. It's easy to be a loser on the internet and say, I would do better than this. I mean, you never know, guys. That was incredible, Thancred, but how did you know he'd confess? Well, I've seen his like before, a troubled soul manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I couldn't be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And if our captive had called your bluff, must we entertain these hypotheticals? The world is as vexing as it is enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think we should return and discuss it. Opening windows and stuff tends to be bad too, as it gives oxygen to the fire. I mean, in a way, I really liked the video. It's kind of what I like about horror movies, you know? I think a really good horror movie, or not just a horror movie, but like when it comes to like tension, is when when disaster strikes and on rewatch or reread or whatever, you realize there's a tiny moment that could have just averted the whole thing, you know? I really like that narratively, the tiny moment that could have just averted everything. Just this little thing, and then nothing would have gone wrong. I always really enjoy that. And you get that out of that video in spades. It's like, fuck me, dude, just blow. Just blow on the little flame and it's done. Fuck me, dude, just sit on it, right? Clap it. Or just get water now. Or don't spend 90 seconds getting water. Or don't put it on the cardboard. Or don't this, don't that, don't. And you just get it. That's the whole video is just that. And I mean, I'm not going to sit there and judge the guy and call him a moron. He's been judged enough by the universe. He's lost his fucking house, all right? Don't spit on a man who's lost his house. And you will find a lot of dickheads like that in the YouTube comments because there's no empathy on the internet. If I was him, I would have called it 911 hours before the fire. I would have filled the room with water and it would have never happened or gone wrong. I know, right? I mean, I can't imagine what a dickhead you'd have to be to levy judgment on someone. Like, he's been punished. He's lost his house, all right? He doesn't need you wanking off, oh, I would have done so much better. You know what that is? That's like losers that are insecure about that. They just have to show the world that they're competent. So they'll drag other people down in demonstrating their competency. This guy's an idiot. I wouldn't have caused this fire. Well done. Like, do you want to shut up? The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak. Though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned in his master, he will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Artorial. Are you come to see your father? He's attending Sir Amaric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring his slave. Sorry, what did he say? His salve, I guess that was. Yeah, I think that was salve. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. But I can do more. I don't trust him. What if they poison Emmerich in his bedchamber? My Lord Artorial did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder, Master Alphino. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. In the UK, fire blankets tend to be everywhere, I saw. I don't have a fire blanket. You know, when I watched that video, I saw someone had a comment saying you should buy one of those mini fire extinguishers. And I read that comment, I thought, yeah, I'll do that. And then I forgot to do it. Now I'm remembering it now. I really think I should. Oh, we're getting gear. And a wind-up Porsche font. This is the end of 3.1? Is this the start of 3.2?
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Wait. Can someone confirm in a full sentence? Can someone confirm in a full sentence, am I starting 3.2 or am I ending 3.1?
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you.
I'm ending 3.1.
Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
But hold on, I thought every patch came with a dungeon and a trial. People waited 3 months for this. This is a lot more complicated to Guild Wars.
An armed mob has seized control of the vault.
Well, let's finish this. I might be speaking too soon.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
You call him a bastard in life and guilty of patricide in death. What fucking dickheads. You'll always get an achievement at the end of each patch.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Artoirel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
Artoirel. Got my eye on you, Artoirel. Right. Rendezvous with Amalric at the Pillars. Oh my god. Why can't I... How long does it take you guys to get new muscle memory? We've been playing a couple of hours now. I'm still pressing tab to auto-run. The patch came with 2 optional dungeons, 1 Alliance Raid, 1 Trial, and Thornton Extreme. Well, look, I kind of want to see all of that stuff. I really want to do it all, because I want to compare this to Bloodstone Fen. Right now, the story's ending a lot quicker than I thought, so actually, ArenaNet aren't that far behind. Not really. Also, I think the subject material Guild Wars 2 went into on Bloodstone Fen, with the explosion of the stone and the madness and stuff, is every bit as intriguing as this one. I mean, imagine if I was using Aether Crystals better, and if I was not fighting trash mobs and stuff. We would have been here, and especially if you were just skipping the story. This is just a tiny bit of zigzagging, really, the whole patch. Why is it constantly showing a shield of the Sea of Clouds? Oh boy. Oh, it's a shame I clipped into that. That doesn't happen too much in this game. Oh, are there Aether Crystal currents here? No, because you can't mount here anyway, right? But there are quests that give them to us? Concentrate on freeing the hostages. I'll tend to their wounds. Just like old times, eh? Ready when you are, Macon. Listen well. We'll enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our numbers, our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages. I'm told one claimed to have served under the Thornton 7th. Might be the same true with the rest? Given the swiftness with which they seized control of the vault, I think it highly likely yes. Which means they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defences against us. Be that as may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artoirel, you're a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honour if you chose not to risk your life for this endeavour. Are you sure you wish to join us? I'm no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter, my shield will not break. Alone as my witness will bring these fanatics to justice. Is he going to be Horshafont 2.0? Well said, follow me. Okay, so we get a duty. Hey? Is it because one of the stream viewers is in party with me? Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, oh no, I think it's because I'm in a party, isn't it? Yeah. I'm going to leave the party. And I think he might be crafting or some shit. Oh, we're back in the dungeon. Different light, though. I like this. Remember, saving the hostages takes precedence over all else. Mind your attacks. Is there any way... You know when the dialogue appears at the top? Lay down your arms or die by the sword. Is there any way I can... Interesting. They're on that slider. That's why it's so loud. Fuck, these are fucked up. These are just as bad as Guild Wars' ones. These are completely fucked up. I thought that NPCs would appear under one of those ones. Right, what was I saying? Yeah, when the dialogue box appears at the top, you know it times out, and like it times out way too quickly for me to read it out loud. Do you guys know if there's a way I can improve that? The dialogue at the top can't be moved, but you can go to your chat to reread it. Yeah, no, it can be moved with an add-on, which is what I've done, but it can't be lengthened. So this is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former servants. On your guard. It sounded the alarm. Just look at the event log in chat. Okay, I'll hold the entrance and look after this one. Now go. man. We're fucking them up. Secure the hostage, Macon. Leave the others to us.
Down with you!
Come on. Crowd around me, guys. Oh, I should... No, I do have tank stance. Man, did somebody else tank here? Who's taking the aggro? I know I've turned it off now. There you go. Oh my god, I cannot tab. They took the others somewhere else. It all happened so quickly. There they are. Let none escape. There's a Vault Friar. Oh. Jesus, I'm doing 3k. This way, Macon. Goodbye. This is basically just retreading a dungeon.
You underestimate me!
Oh, I don't doubt it. You read the 3.1 patch notes and they suck? The layout's terrible compared to how they did them now? Oh, really? I feel like Guild Wars has been pretty consistent with its patch note delivery since Bloodstone Fen. So, Siminard, lay down your arms and release the hostages and you'll be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha, the word of the heretic and a kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. Oh, what the fuck are these things? Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I'm a man of honour. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then, Lord Artoriel? Macon? Leave us, the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simurin. Are you sure? You're injured, dude. Oh, hello, and render unto us your judgment. Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked. Come then, let us see who the Fury favours. Some of these guys are targetable. Sir Emmerich is still wounded, Macon. If we do not move quickly, he shall surely fall. Oh, sorry. Wait, I gotta rescue the hostages. From where, though? Over there? This is weird. Right. Oh, I thought that would have killed it. I find it really hard to know whether I'll kill a thing or not. There must be others nearby, but where? Oh, so we're just backtracking, are we? Refugees, but do these already count? Tell them to come to me. Beckon? You beckon to the refugee? I don't know what it is. Let's go to that fight there. What? Can I not contribute? Oh, I'm very confused. So Amric's strength is almost spent. We must go to his aid at once. There's another room. Oh, over there. Well, they wanted to go in the opposite direction, did they? Others nearby, come making. So Amric needs our help. Okay, so we go back now. Put 3 in the middle, right? We all got lost here the first time, I guarantee. Yeah, this isn't very good. Guild Wars instances are a billion times better than this. With the, you know, the bloodstone, the beams and stuff. Oh my god, he's almost dead. Please tell me that I can get enmity. Motherfucker. Ah. Right, let's do that again. I know where to go now. It's weird as well because it suggested I had to go to 3 places, but I only really need to go to 2. Oh, already going the wrong way. Okay. It wasn't over there, right? Yeah. Left, right. Oh, wait. It was over there, wasn't it? It was the other side? No. Oh my lord. The worst thing is getting the "Do you want easy" pop up. Well, I did a monk quest the other day where I just picked it because I wasn't too into it and I just wanted the skill. I wanted tornado kick. So, you know, I quite liked that feature in the game. I quite like losing once, to be honest. I quite like the feeling of losing once, realizing, oh, there's this thing I can do, and then coming back and beating it. It makes me feel good. You know, hopefully the thing that you misunderstood is entertaining. That
Down with you!
Stay with me. Why can't I aggro any of them? Does enmity work different in these mini missions? I can't even aggro. Oh my god. Button, that's fine. Don't worry, I don't mind either WP, it just hurts my gamer pride when I lose so badly. Well, what I am surprised about with this game is that they, oh, I wanted to kick him. They give you easy and very easy together, you know. To me, it's kind of like, I would probably filter them out, you know.
You underestimate me!
I'd rather this one here. Alliance raids are bad in Heavensward. The only memorable one is Ozma. Oh, really? Ozma's in it, is it? That's the super boss from 9, right? Right, so now I'm just going to turn around. I like the impulse of this, by the way. The idea that he does the fight while I do the side content. Because so often it's been the other case. Oh, I see if I'm fast, I can actually spy what's going on. So what is it? What they've done is they've unlocked a couple of other areas, right? Oh, I needed to right click on that. That's fine. I'll do that in a second. I'll go back. It's fine. This is not necessarily more inefficient. It is a little bit. I don't think that's hitting him. Right, so just make sure we right-click them with the bonds. Oh, can you imagine failing this twice because you forget to do this on your second run through? Like me, but you missed that last little bit. You missed the realization that you're about to fuck up. So this is Amric's help here. At some point, you got to check out the live concert they did. It's dope. Okay, that sounds cool. I feel like the only reason that's good, though, is if you're actually there. I mean, watching a YouTube recording of a live thing is not necessarily watching the live thing. Wait. Why am I only at 5 out of 6? Oh, fuck. Oh, God. It's because I've got to go all the way back, don't I? There is one other thing to fight. Wait, is there? Or is it just on a delay? Did I have to go all the way back to Ishtola? I'm going to fail this again. I'm only on 5 out of 6. No, go to Amaric. What do you mean go to Amaric? I'm only on 5 out of 6. You were at 5 out of 6 last time as well. Oh, this is bad, man. They don't telegraph where to go or even what success looks like. Alright, I'm going. There was a message that said go to Amric. Was there? I'm just now realizing they don't have like a green starburst thing in this game. They kind of do, but not for instances like this. Oh my god, this isn't any better, really. Who's on him? I'm going to debuff them. Please let me take aggro. I'm a Dark Knight. Let me take aggro.
This knight does not yield!
You did a second ago, bro. Trying to make sure my Flood of Darkness actually lands. He's low, but their DPS has dropped massively now. We should be alright here. Alright, we're good. All gravy, baby. Good job, Amaric. This feels like a Guild Wars 1 mission. I say that as a compliment. Amaric the Blue, he's a blue mage. Yeah, I don't know why he's called the Blue now. Oh, that's the last refugee there, right, okay. Alright, so there we go. We've defeated, what's that guy in Game of Thrones called? The Sparrow. We must hurry! The priest took mail upstairs. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend.
Where is he? Where is he?
I tell a lie. Now we're going to defeat the Sparrow.
Come no closer!
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
What the fuck? They're doing better with the facial expressions too now. I'll tell you what, Final Fantasy loves women falling from heights. Have you guys noticed that? Dude, she isn't going to go splatting down in front of them, is she? They love them being caught by monsters too, by the way, so Grace Velga here. It makes a lot of sense. Wait, no, that's Vidofna. Oh, shit! Okay.
What? But I...
Vidofna!
Oops.
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
I could have voiced that child better. Thank you for saving me.
Thank you, Mummy, for saving me.
Impaled on the spines as well.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee.
Oh, thanks for the sub, Rog. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. It's nice to see a sub when it's someone who's been active
I
in chat
bear
a
a
lot.
message from my sire.
From Gracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
sub for a while, but you had a pop-up to share it with chat. Oh, weird. Okay.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Okay, this ended on a happier note than I thought it was going
Yet
to.
how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers?
Well, closer together, obviously.
After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horschiffon in you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
Aww. She's got a cool stance. Do you see how fucking cool Lucia looked there? I like these group shots here, where everyone's like posed in a decent way. As goes light, so goes darkness. We're still in 3.1. This has been a day of surprises, not? It is but a pity, but Vidofna could not stay longer. Yeah, I think they should have instilled a dragon as a full, like having a dragon embassy within the city. Do you get what I mean? There should be a dragon who actually lives among the people. Well timed, scarcely does it justice, but a moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray the Ishgardians, who yet harboured doubts, will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sermon words. While it is only meet that I inform Tatara of what's occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Holmes Manor. Allow me to accompany you. A moment, Macon, I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? He got on well enough with Hilda. That's good. I liked all three of those options for once. Usually I don't like any of them. Of that I have no doubt. His time in the wilderness did not deprive him of his charm, but that's neither here nor there. What concerns me is his etheric flow, which I fear has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate Aether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magic. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain in the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey, and when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may have seemed more sensible to wait. Also, I figured shame might have been a thing. But this is a little more than speculation until I've proof. Pray don't speak about it. Why not just ask him? Aren't you supposed to be friends? Right then, I should be on my way. Krill may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say how long it will last? And Alphino? I'm getting to the point now where I actually start to have, like, favourite characters. Just through exposure, like constant exposure. I'm starting to actually have opinions about characters. Like, when it said here, go speak with Alphino, I actually felt a little bit warm. I was like, yay, Alphino. And that's the first time I've had that with the game. Oh, we're in the manor. Like, looking above, like there's a balcony above me or some shit. You like Alphino, but he's a bit of a kiss ass. He's very vanilla. He doesn't really have a personality, really. It's just purely through exposure and kindred interests that I've started to like him.
That Vidofna should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
I like this stuff about him being an artist, though, and about... Who did he hit on earlier? Ishtola? He saw a nudie? I wouldn't say he hit on her.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
He rebuilt Harshafont's shield, did he?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
This is it, is it? I feel like I should have a shield as a Dark Knight. The way that they do it as a knight, protecting the people, blah, blah, blah. I'd rather be sword and board rather than greatsword, I think. As an aesthetic.
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zamail.
Hold on, doesn't that just make him look guilty?
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge.
Biju says no, Dark Knight equals big edgy sword. Yeah, because that's what it is.
Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread.
I'm not arguing what the game is. I'm arguing what the game could have been, alright? You're just blind to what the game could have been. You probably played it too much and you don't have any imagination for that anymore. But I think it would have been cool for it to have been sword and shield.
Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
A knight lives to serve. You're saying the game could have been the same having two identical classes? The weapon that I'm wielding really has nothing to do with the mechanics or the skills that I'm executing.
You sound just like him.
It's an aesthetic discussion.
Aye. I suspect that is what Harshaphon would have said. To aid those in need.
And it's not identical if one is like light and blue and chivalrous and virtuous and the other one's dark and corrupted and blood and black. It's obvious. Does that sound identical to you? It doesn't sound identical to me. It sounds quite different, but with a shared commonality, such as the word knight.
When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Harshaphon.
Oh shit, I skipped a bit.
Come, Manalaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
It would hurt the animation since they're tied to the class. We're not talking about what the game is or the animations they built. We're talking about a world in which they've made a different decision before any animations were built. Are you really not keeping up? Will you be a brother to me too, is what you said. That's what I skipped. Oh, that's a nice sentiment.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Yeah, I get that it was following the WoW situation, yeah. I mean, greatsword's cool as well. I just think I would have preferred sword and board with this style even more.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen.
People were clamoring for a greatsword before Dark Knight came out.
Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
Oh, from the memoirs of Count Edmund de Fortemps. Heavensward, as goes light, so goes darkness. Was that the name of the patch? So goes light, so goes darkness. People were asking for a greatsword before it came out. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying that Final Fantasy made a mistake. I'm just saying a personal preference for the style of weapon. I'm not condemning the game. I'm not saying they made the wrong decision. I'm just saying I have a personal alternate preference. What do I want? Aiming, healing, or casting? aiming, I guess? Probably? Oh, the money? Oh, yeah, because I already have all the stuff, right? Take the money. Okay. None of those are for tank. Tank is fending. Okay. Oh, we get a post-credit scene. Urianger. What WP's talking about is having Dark Knight and Paladin be akin, like how Summoner and Scholar are akin, even if they're very differently. Yeah, well done. Yeah, something like that. I didn't actually have that example to hand, but yeah. This is thy proof. The Garen Oracles. Apocrypha. Question mark, question mark, question mark. It is a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning and of the path we have been set. Oh, it's Elidibus. Oh, and he's got the Warrior of Darkness. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception. Nor the Triad. You know what must be done. What is going on here? He came to us before. He's an Ascian, but he's not bad, right? Like, he's chatted with us in the past a bit. Wasn't only me and Menphilia that could see him before, though? What? Is someone spying on them? What happened there? Was there like 3 things happening there at once? We're back at Thanalan. Well, Papalimo? Papalimo! And Ida! Everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Raga it better be. We cannot stay here forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them, every one. Holy shit. So they just gave me 2 post-credit cutscenes. So that's 3.1. Okay. This is the proof. What was it called? The Garen Oracles? Apocrypha. It's a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning, and of the path we've all been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. And then, okay, so someone... Okay. First of all, here's a very specific question for chat. Last time, that white Ascian, only me and Menphilia could see him, right? I assume that was because we had the echo and no one else did. Is that the case? So isn't it a surprise to me that Urianger is speaking to him? Can someone answer that? Isn't it a surprise that Urianger's chatting with him? Because before he would have been invisible? Or is that not a surprise? I don't know. Also, was I supposed to recognize... Am I an idiot and I just didn't see the full person that was spying on them? Or... Because my memory of that cutscene... And I know I only saw it a couple of seconds ago. I might be an idiot. My memory of that cutscene is that I saw some feet near the floor. And that's it. I saw some shoes. Was I supposed to recognize who was spying? No, I did just see a leg. Okay. Okay, so Elidibus can make himself visible to people he wants. So he's gone to Urianger for some reason, and he's told Urianger something, and Urianger's like, I want proof, and he's like, well, read this book. And Urianger's like, this book's bullshit, and he's like, it's not bullshit. This is what must be done. I don't really know who the Triad are yet, but... Okay, so next question. The Triad was additional 3.2 content, correct? 3.1 content, correct? I should do the Triad now because it was added in the 3.1 patch. It was optional 3.1 stuff. Is that correct? It's not a surprise. Urianger was also speaking to Elidibus in the post-credit scene at the end of 2.5. Okay, cool. So we know that Urianger and Elidibus have been talking, but Urianger hasn't... Urianger's relaying all the information to me, right? Urianger's... He's still chilling with me. Urianger isn't like... Or am I supposed to be wondering... Okay, can you answer this in a full sentence? Should I be wondering if Urianger is a spy, is a bad guy? Should I be wondering if Urianger is a bad guy? Yes or no? Or has he been relaying to me all the wheelings and dealings with Elidibus? I should be wondering... I should be questioning if he's a traitor. Okay. Because... So this is dramatic irony. I've been seeing that Urianger is talking to Elidibus, but Urianger hasn't been telling me any of this, which is disappointing. But the Warrior of Night doesn't know anyway. But the thing is, we also know that Elidibus hasn't been too bad to us whenever we talk to him. So Urianger might not be a spy. Okay, alright, cool. So I've got all of that set in my head. Now, finally, I'm not meant to recognize the boot. Should I recognize the boot? He didn't tell me shit. I should recognize the boot. I could. Okay, the boot is Alysae, apparently. Alright. So I'm guessing the next patch we'll see. I'm guessing everyone went to the forums and went, oh my god, it's Alysae's boot! Alysae, to me, is a character I only remember from the core raid story. She's hardly in it. That's, for anyone newly following this story with me, Alphino has a twin sister. He has a twin sister. Also born at Sharlayan, blah, blah, blah. She's not been in any of the story for Heavensward yet, but she was in one of the raid plots from the original game, which I never streamed. So anyway, apparently she becomes a bigger character later on. Okay, so... Right, so now, the Triad. In a full sentence, can someone tell me, the Triad is optional 3.1 content, right? They were alluded to in the post-credit scene. I feel like I should go do the Triad right now. Is that all correct? What does that mean? 3.2 star. Are you correcting yourself or are you correcting me? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so I'm going to do the Triad because it's 3.1. Oh no, it's optional 3.2 content, someone says. Okay, so I need chat to tell me which one is it, 3.1 or 3.2? It's 3.2. Okay, so I'm not going to do it. What? Is there anything I'm missing from 3.1 then? The Alliance Raids is 3.1. Rog says it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't technically matter, but it matters to me for analysing the game. Okay, so Alliance Raids is what I can do. Okay, so the Alliance Raid is what they put out this patch. I just want to play all of this patch because I'm trying to compare it to Bloodstone Fen. It has 2 optional dungeons and Alliance Raid. Well, I already did the optional dungeons because I didn't realise I was breaking the whole thing here. But I already did them. I don't know which ones they are, but I can kind of get a sense of what 2 dungeons means in terms of content. So where do we start the Alliance Raid? Does Chaos Fractal and Ark get included with Bloodstone Fen? No, because they never released with Bloodstone Fen. Sea of Clouds, Ishgard, I don't remember. Blue quest right there. Oh, this guy, the House Halionarch Knight. With an Aether Current? Not this one, go past him. Or Tatari's... Oh, this guy? Torsiferus? Gods of Eld? This is it? This is the 3.1. It's called Sky Pirates. Oh, it's not here at all then. What's his thing? Okay, also, before that... Alright, before that... I'm going to do this Wondrous Tales thing because people keep telling me to do it. And that's core Heavensward, isn't it? So give me a second. We're going to go do that as well real quick because that won't take long, will it? And I've been hearing that doing a variety of content means... I thought it was Intravania. Oh, Abalathia Smite? No. Hey? Yeah, it is Intravania. Oh, my microphone cut. My microphone cut and I just caught it. I don't know when it cut. What was the last thing you heard me say? I said I was going to do the striking test thing and Wondrous Trials on me if you want. I'll do that in a minute. Yeah, so when we think about Guild Wars' story during Bloodstone Fen and we think about this game's story during 3.1, I think that this story is telling a smaller story, but it's much more easy to follow. I can actually understand, and I'm like a bit more invested in characters and stuff with this story. Guild Wars was kind of all over the place, and it was hard to see what they were setting up and why around Season 3. Like, it was fascinating what they did with the Bloodstone explosion, and we knew that we were eventually building to more Elder Dragons. But this game's kind of teased a lot of cliffhangers that feel very tangible. Guild Wars was kind of just very scattershot, the story at this point. And the cliffhangers they were teasing felt very abrupt, like Cordicus suddenly back in the story. Like Primordus suddenly moving. So I feel like this game's easier to follow. If this is just a training dummy thing, I'm going to read this, not speak it out loud. For me, the thing is, the characters feel a lot more likable, relatable outside of a few Guild Wars 2 ones, because I've spent more time with them. I agree with you, and it's because I've got a lot more out of them, you know. I never spoke with any Guild Wars 2 character as much as I've spoken to Alphino. Even to today. I've already spoken more to Alphino than I've spoken to Timey, for example. You guys have only seen Heavensward, but all around Reborn included and stuff. Who have I... Or Ritlock. I've spoken more to Alphino than I've ever spoken to Ritlock. Who else even gets close to that level in Guild Wars? Timey and Ritlock. Who else is there? Really fun speculation with the anomalies, but we were jumping between two stories. Yeah, I need to remember what current events exactly were happening when. Lengthwise, I feel like both of them are about on par. So this is a quest to teach me about training dummies, which is kind of cool. Stone Sky Sea. Wait, is this essentially the aerodrome? Is that essentially the aerodrome test dummy equivalent? I mean, all of the characters should speak more in Guild Wars 2. I wouldn't pick Timey as an example. Well, I'm picking Timey as an example because she's spoken the most. Timey's spoken a lot since her introduction in Season 1, and she was introduced early enough. You know, some other characters have spoken a good amount, but they don't have the full breadth. Ritlock's been around for a long time, but he doesn't actually speak that much. I mean, people might think he does, but even if you're a Char and you interact with him as much as possible, he doesn't speak that much. And in the dungeon story, he doesn't. He's not in every dungeon. And during Heart of Thorns, he's not as present as you'd expect. That no one comes. Alphino alone has spoken. I reckon Urianger has spoken more than 90% of these guys, and he might be a bad guy at this point. I've hardly got to interact with him much. Where do I speak to the guy? I want to see this place. I mean, why not, right? Is it over here? Oh no. Where did I just pick this quest up from? Oh, have I never infused with this? Oh no, I have. At this point, you probably spoke as much with Ritlock and Goric. Yeah, I was thinking of Goric a second ago, but Goric's quite new, you know, so... Remember his answer to where he was in the mist? It was years and it was bad. Well, yeah, because... I mean, that's a really good thing. Final Fantasy, definitely, when it's teasing a story, it knows the answer to the story. You can tell that they know. You can tell that... Or at least, they know the big building blocks. ArenaNet had very few things they were teasing. One of the things they were teasing at this point was where was Ritlock in the mist. And they didn't have an answer. They didn't know. And that's why it doesn't line up when he finally explains later in POF. Some of you guys might say, oh no, they did know, they just botched the execution. That's a really botched execution. I don't think they should ever do that. And we all know the main issue with Season 3 is the story's going all over the place, like zigzagging left and right constantly. And I would say at the start of Bloodstone Fen, you're already getting a bit of that. See, if Square Enix had made the Bloodstone Fen patch, I'll tell you what it would have been about. It would have been about the Exalted in the Maguma jungle. It would have been about the Chuck in the Maguma jungle. It would have been about the Nightmare Court. It would have been about the fallout of Morgemoth. It would have directly continued the story. It wouldn't have been sudden explosion, Almora's back in the story, Cordicus is back in the story, Primordus is waking up. It would not have been that. Square Enix wouldn't have done any of that stuff. They would have been dealing with the jungle and with the fallout of Morgemoth's power. I mean, am I wrong? They would have continued giving time to the story that's currently going on. ArenaNet didn't. They went all over the place. And I'm not saying that as a criticism or a, you know, that's just an observation. I'm only making that as an observation. I'm not saying one's better than the other necessarily, because I don't know whether I believe one is better than the other. I know that it would look like Final Fantasy XIV's methodology is better, but there could be any number of reasons for that. I don't know where it is. I don't know where this guy is. Guild Wars 2 makes these amazing settings for story, but it feels like we scratched the surface before we move on. Yeah, that's another way of phrasing what we've said ad nauseum. If Blizzard made it, you would have got the story in some novels. Oh, here you go. I don't know where that other thing is. I can't find it. An adventurer stands before you wearing a shite-eating grin and gazing at you in a way that makes you not entirely comfortable. Revgaji? Making Revgaji? Gods, it really is you. I'd heard the songs and tales. But to think the day would come that I'd meet you in the flesh, whatever have I done to deserve such an honor? Drat, all the days to forget to polish my armor. He must think I'm a total bumpkin. But wait, dare I ask? No, I daren't. To impose him such a hero. Oh, but what's the harm in trying? Yes, I must try. You see, I'm in a bit of a bind. A pickle, if you will. You see, I've just taken on a task of sorts. A task far, far beyond the abilities of two Gil Greenhorn like myself. But you, yes, a realm-renowned hero like you, could tackle this monumental task in your sleep. Blindfolded, and with both arms and the leg tied behind your back. So you'll do it for me, yes? Hopping around? Wonderful, just head over to Ruinas and tell Cooley Pooey that you're there. Did I just say Cooley Pooey? I meant Chloe Alia Poe. This isn't my silly little nickname for her, and I certainly haven't been frequenting her shop every day for the past 2 months. That her ever so cute little smile might brighten my dark and dreary days. But I've blabbered on enough, haven't I? Ta-ta. I wandered past him 10 times. Yeah, I mean, but I don't know what I'm looking for, so. I don't know whether I'm looking for an it, a him, a her, an object on the ground. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know whether I'm looking for an icon, white text, yellow text. I don't know what I'm looking for. Did WP do Alexander fully or even at all? Yeah, I did the whole thing. Hey there, mister. I'm Chloe. Chloe Aliapo. What might you be? Make and Rev Gauji from all the stories. Wow, you're like a legend. A real living, breathing legend. This is so exciting. Did I tell you I love stories? Well, I do. And I'm not just listening to them. I'm pretty good at telling them too. I have this friend whose mummy and daddy went away and never came back. And well, she gets lonely and cries sometimes. So I tell her stories to cheer her up. That's right, stories of brave adventurers like you. She likes my stories. She stops crying and even starts smiling and laughing. Seeing her happy makes me happy too, but lately she's just been staring off into space again. It must be my fault. I bet all my stories are starting to sound the same. But then I had an idea. Do you know what it is? I'll ask great adventurers like you to tell me your stories, and then I'll put them together to make new stories of my own. It really is a great idea, right? Tell me you think so too. So will you help me? Rowena gives me all sorts of things when I work hard. So if you will do this for me, I can give them some to you. What sort of things? Well, tone stones for one. And well, all kinds of other special stuff, but not my Mandragora pin. That's all mine. So do me a favor, remember me all your bestest stories and write them down in this notebook here. I call it Chloe's Wondrous Tales because I have a tale and I tell tales. I get it? Every time your stories help me come up with a new tale of my own, I'll give you a present. It'll be a bunch of fun for both of us, don't you think? Thanks, Macon. And by the way, you're even more handsome than I pictured you from the stories. Okay. Welcome to Wondrous Tales. Henceforth, you can share your tales of heroism and daring do for the chance to earn valuable rewards. To begin, you'll want to obtain a Wondrous Tales journal from Chloe. In addition to the one you've just received, new ones become available every week. Within the journal is a card with 16 squares, 4 columns and 4 rows, each representing a certain quest or duty or a category of the same. Triumph in the corresponding adventure and the square will be marked off. So it's like a weekly system. You can mark 9 squares on a single card. Complete the conditions described within. For example, marking off 9 squares, marking off 4 in a row, and so forth. And deliver your marked journal to Chloe. And the story-loving Makote child will reward you accordingly. To view objectives and see which squares you've marked off, as well as review reward conditions and time limits, you need only use the journal from the key items menu. A new journal will be available every week on Tuesday at 9 Earth time. Happy adventuring. I kind of like this blatant fourth wall breaking. ArenaNet never does this. I obtain a copy of Wondrous Tales. Is it an item? No. I don't find getting new minis too exciting now that I've picked one. Key items. Oh, I'm going to just have this here forever now, am I? Oh no, it will be removed, won't it? Complete a task to receive a seal. Aquapolis. One line. I'll get a gold card. For the gold saucer. Gold saucer. Gold saucer. A relatively special reward presented by Chloe. Try not to mind the numerous misspellings and juice stains. What are all of these? Use second chance points. Right. Well, I can see they're stickers, but what's the meaning? Okay. Oh, I can select 500 tomestones. Oh, that's cool. On a platinum piece. You get a second chance from doing instances with people who have done it before, so you'll get a ton. Oh, I really should have picked this up before I did all the Heavensward content, eh? Because I would have got that Alexander thing done. Oh, they want the Howling Eye Extreme and stuff as well. Are they going to be spoils if I mouse over too much of that? Okay. Right, so then we do the Alliance raid, which you guys said was in the wing 1 of the Alliance raid, which is in the Clouds lands, which is Abalathia's spine. Why have I got a quest up there? There shouldn't be any spoilers. Okay, good. The quest is in Ishgard. People were telling me the quest wasn't in Ishgard. People were telling me the quest is here. Clipped wings. It starts in the pillars. Oh, it is in the pillars. What? I swear to God you guys told me it wasn't in the fucking pillars. Alright. Let's go back then. Objective is here, starts in Ishgard. So it's not going to be the leaves of Ishgard. It's not going to be you want to be a machinist. And these ones aren't showing. Just go to the last vigil. Gentlemen falls rather than flies. Sky pirates. I think they said it was sky pirates. Didn't I hear it was sky pirates before? Okay, yeah, thank you, chat. Thank you. Can I just say again, thank you to chat. You guys are awesome. You've all been answering so many questions. The unquiet trader seems to be scanning the skies in silent desperation. You have the look of a lad who's seen his fair share of trouble. Mayhap you'd be willing to help me with mine. So, 3.1, this just opened up, yeah? I need a capable sort to head into the Sea of Clouds and track down my missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get that vessel built, so winning the contract to ferry supplies out to Cloudtop was a real weight off my mind. But it seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back in Ishgard bells ago, and I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help fearing the worst. What if she's run afoul of sky pirates? My creditors will have their pounds of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves? Well, let me tell you that no honest merchant is safe now that airship protection has, if you will excuse the pun, taken off. Any scoundrel with a sack of coin in a vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Oh yes, this new breed of buccaneers like to paint themselves as dashing explorers braving the unknown, but the truth of their nature is right there in the name, Sky Pirates. Given even half a chance, they'll strip your ship of every last scrap of cargo and cry Yaha! As they launch you screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories. Please, you must make haste to Camp Cloud Top. That's where the shipment was bound, and inquire as to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, and my poor helmsman. Ask Romtremont. He'll know if any man does. Okay. So I think we're going to have to do the Aether Currents on this, because someone said I needed to learn to fly. Assuming all of the quests are collected in the region, which I'm hoping. It's interesting. This is the first map of the expansion, I think, or optionally the first map. You guys have hardly seen me here. You saw me here on the. This is like split in two halves with the whole Wales story, the Bismarck story. You saw me in the other half. You've hardly seen me in this bit. A supply airship's gone missing, you say? Well, that would certainly explain why our provisions are so late arriving. I did in fact spy a vessel charting an erratic course northwards a short while ago, but as it seemed disinclined to make port here, I paid it little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I have witnessed naught else of interest. I suggest you investigate the landmass to the north. Rest assured, I will send word if I spy any other sign of our errant supply ship. So they want me up there now. So I would use the Aetherite. But let's go grab this here, clipped wings, because that's probably a crystal. "26 Yarms southwest." Oh, it's there. So let's make sure we pick these up when we can as well. You forgot how random this quest change was? Well, the thing is for me, I think, given what I experienced a second ago, 34 southeast. They're really close, are they then? With the Alexander raid story, I mean, that went completely off the rails. So did the original Alliance raid with the Nero getting stuck in the Shadow Realm or whatever. I mean, that was crazy as well. I wonder if it's beneath me. I mean, it literally says it's here, so I'm assuming it's beneath me. Yeah, there it is. I quite enjoyed this map. Wait, you did all the Alexander raids? Yeah, there was an 8-hour stream yesterday where I did it. And it was a nightmare. Again, I just want to sort of keep in my head what my new binds are. Salted Earth's pretty useless when they're so squishy. Right. We're going to do the clipped wing thing. So 217 south. I can't go very south. Southeast. So it's somewhere probably down here. Oh, unless it's maybe it's in the treehouse or something. Salted Earth is pretty useless regardless. Oh really? I was under the impression it was good damage, but I just wasn't seeing it because it wasn't coming up on the text. 75 east. Maybe up there? North. Oh, there it is. It's on the other bank. It's good with big trash balls. Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm doing a dungeon and I like pull a billion mobs to an area, what I want to do is unleash Salted Earth straight away. How did he get lost in the Shadow Realm? Did he lose a card duel? I can't really remember what happened, what the contrivance was. It was like closing and we were running along like some big bridge or some shit. I know you were just joking about Yu-Gi-Oh there, but for a real answer. And then I think he saved someone in order to do it. He sort of redeemed himself. Yeah, I know they're changing Salted Earth in the next X-Pack. Someone's mentioned that. Lionate seeks an adventurer with a delicate touch. Excuse me, mate, in a moment of your time if I may. I recently received a special request for assistance with zoological research, but I'm at a loss as to how to fulfill it. Are you familiar with Gale cats? They bear a striking resemblance to kittens, but with wings. An acquaintance of mine is writing an article on their physiology and requires a sample of them to work. Their sweet appearance belies their rather nasty temperament. So, will you do it? I really think there should be a Chocobo sprint button. I'd love that. Sorry, kitty. It's a shame it stops you moving if you cast something out of range. Right, there we go. We got an undamaged wing. Let's have a quick look. 950 northwest. That's up here. At least self-cast will make it easier to weave. Yeah, I have a macro to cast it on top of myself, but it's still like really clunky and slow. How fares your search? I realise obtaining an undamaged wing is no easy feat. The leathery membrane of this gale cat wing is in pristine condition, a perfect specimen for study. Alright, there you go. So I have a better understanding of this area's winds. Now, let's waypoint up to the other section. In lore, it's still uncertain whether they are void scent or normal creatures. Their clothing is a part of their fur, yet it changes with weather. I'm not sure I really know what it means to be void scent, to be honest with you. He's looking nervously around bloodshot eyes. Can you kill this thing for me? Is the gist of what I got there. You won't need the macro in 6.0? Yeah, because they're making it vanilla, right? My brother failed the trial 7 times. If he fails again, then everyone's going to laugh at him. It's very strict, but I have a plan. Find this nestling. This is one of the hardest maps to traverse. It makes flying feel very, very good feeling once you get it. Have I seen the job trailer? Yeah. Wow, no, I saw a thing on a live stream. I think that's a bit ahead of me. I hardly know anything about any of the jobs. I'm not, I don't need to obsess over that stuff just yet. I'm a noob. Nothing finds him easily. Look under every tree in the village. Yeah, it's not going to have any impact for me. It's like saying to a Guild Wars 2 player who's just started Heart of Thorns, "Oh, look at the virtuoso," and he plays warrior. Do you know what I mean? He's not going to care, really, is he? But yeah, I did see their big animation showcase. A big reason why I'm playing this game is because I saw the Reaper on that showcase, and I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Because that looks cool. Anima? Confirmation of Anima in the next expansion, plus the Reaper footage, is basically what got me interested in picking it up again. It gave me some renewed enthusiasm after my 3-month break. The same day that ArenaNet showed off the most recent 3 Elite specs, Final Fantasy XIV did that, and it catalyzed me to this game rather than that. They want me to go down. Oh, he's under the thing. Gunu Vanu is a good talking to. With the he didn't say, use your words to wake him up. Oh, I needed an exclamation mark. Seeing my messages to you with that chat mod is tripping you out? I don't know what you're talking about. I thought you were just a cutesy person. But now with the Netherlings' help, Gunu Vanu casts off weight and soars higher. Okay, I didn't quite follow that, but we all know that we don't really have to follow these. Look, I'm all about extracting value everywhere I can, but we all get the gist. I don't know how unpopular my opinion is, but the elite specs are all kind of lame. No, I agree with you. I really do. And every day that passes, I think I grow colder to what they've done. It's the simple truth of it. I'm not a person. The thing is, you guys might hear me say that and be like, oh my god, WP really hates Guild Wars. That's not true. I'm not a person that actually... Like, if I were to weigh my excitement proportionally for the expansion, like, what are you excited about? New story, new exploration, elite specs, shit like that, you know, all the big tickets, skiffs, fishing. What are you excited about? For most people, I think a good 50% of their anticipation is elite specs. For me, it's probably less than 20%. So it's not that important to me. That's important. So then when I find out I'm not even that keen on them and I think ArenaNet dropped the ball, I'm disappointed and upset about that, in my estimation. But I'm disappointed because I see it as an opportunity cost, and I see it as, like, other people really care about elite specs. I'm still excited about End of Dragons because all the other things are what I was more interested in anyway. I'm mostly keen on going back to Cantha, exploring new environments, progressing the story, and having some hope that they do it well. That's what I'm really excited about. Fishing is lower for me. Elite specs are lower for me. Skiffs are very low. Siege Turtles low. New Masteries is very low. I don't really care about any of that stuff. I don't need any of that stuff to have fun. What I want is good exploration and a good story. So am I disappointed that the Catalyst is the most meh thing I've ever seen? Yeah, but that doesn't ruin the thing for me. I think it has ruined it for a lot of people, though. I think a lot of people are saying I'm not buying End of Dragons because I'm not excited about the specs. I mean, just look at my YouTube comments. People are very whiny and very negative and very pessimistic. So the quest is over there, but until I do the Aether Currents, I can't get there. Gather the Gurgle grass. There's one over there. Oh yeah, you're interested in Strike Mission CMs. Yeah, me too. I'm excited about that as well. That is high on my list. And if they flub that, I'll be very disappointed. But that's not even at launch. You do realise that. That's post-launch. So we're looking at like half a year for End of Dragons, and then probably like another 3 months for the next big patch for the first Strike CM. You're looking at a long time, guys. We're well into 2022 before that even matters. So, but I agree with you. That's a thing for me as well. I'm not interested in the Aurene Legendary. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm not interested in that. No one's really talking about that anymore because that sort of stuff fizzles out. But again, it's an opportunity cost thing. When I say I'm excited about new story, by the way, I'm not even that excited about new. It's really environments and exploration that I'm excited about. And I'm hoping that doing that, I'll like get roped in and I'll be really, really keen and excited. That's what I'm hoping. Because I know once I'm in there, it will all just start falling in place and I'll be really, really thrilled. Like I say, I think POF was brilliant. And if End of Dragons even just hit the POF bar, for that first time playthrough, I think it'll be fantastic. It's not just that I'm not excited about the Aurene Legendary, it's that I'm not excited about any fashion at all. I'm not excited about boat variants, I'm not excited about capes, I'm not excited about weapon skins, I'm not excited about armor skins, I'm not excited about mini pets, I'm not excited about titles, I'm not excited about new tonic, maybe a little bit new tonics. Maybe I'm a little bit excited about a new tonic. But there is nothing in the cosmetic side of the game that I'm remotely excited about. It's not that I'm too utilitarian. I mean, maybe I am a little bit utilitarian bent. But it's that I already think my characters look really cool. And they hit, like, the themes, you know? Like, I already have a mechanical-looking character. I already have, like, a Dark Knight-looking character. I already have my elemental mage-themed-looking character. All my characters have, like, a look. And I just can't... You know, I'm at the point where my Rev has an armor set that makes him look like a bear. Do you know what I mean? I'm just not passionate about new... I'm not excited about showing off 50k achievement points. Which is kind of another thing the expansion could be compelling me about. I'm not excited about the act of progressing elite specs, because we all know that we'll do it in an instant. Because of the abundance of hero points. I'm not excited about the prospect of building new master streams, because we know they're all going to be pretty lame and not really that great. So, you know, most of that stuff is just... really all I need is fun environments and, like, exploration. I want an adventure. That's what I want more than anything else. If they fuck up the feeling of giving me an adventure, then, I mean, really, that is the last refuge, I think. Interesting. I quit Guild Wars 2 shortly after I felt I made the perfect transmog. I should check my compass. 134 northeast. Wait. I didn't have to fly. I just found my way here. Hey, I say, these villains mean to plunder my cargo. What have we got here then? Think you're some sort of hero, do you? No, but I am, bitch. Back up. Who are these guys? Just pirates? Well then, you won't mind if my mates here join the fun. Make for a more heroic tale, won't it? The tale of how the 3 sky pirates fed a meddling little shite his own bloody eyes. You don't know who I am, do you? What the? Oh gods, I know that ship. It's Monaco by the looks of it. They love the word shite in this game. Yeah, I get the sense that they want to say shit, but by making it shite, they can kind of do it a lot. So you're the scrags who have been dragging our good name through the mud. Who are you? You're Red Bill Leofard. We ain't done naught to you or yours. What do you want with us? I think I made my position pretty clear. You take on the mantle of Sky Pirate, you agree to a certain code of conduct. And codes ain't worth much if folk will go around breaking them. Frankly, lads, you're making us look bad. We can't have that. No hard feelings, though. Eh? Oh, thank you, Mr. Leofard. Thank you. I'm certain my master will wish to repay you. If your employer does business in Ishgard, he likely knows a merchant or two who trades with me associates. Tell him to say it's for Leofard, and any reward should reach me soon enough. As for you, adventurer, tain't often someone beats me to the scene, but then I'd expect Norse from a hero such as yourself, Macon. That is who you are, ain't it? I don't know too many other folk with one of them marvellous mana cutters the Ironworks streamed up. Well then, seems you saved me the trouble of tracking you down. I've been hoping to have a word with you, you see. I'll put it to you straight. I need someone to help out with a little venture I have in mind. Someone used to taking a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't you go worrying yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with Robin honest folk. For me, you see, the Sky Pirate's life is all about freedom. The freedom to go where you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining us on an adventure worthy of the name, then look for me standing in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting there to greet you. The End of Dragons will be at 38 specs, and do you think adding more elite specs will be balancing Nightmare, with many specs being trash and left for dead? Yeah, I think it would be a balancing Nightmare. The game is pushed to its limits. It's pushed. Okay. Why does this one have a down arrow again? Sky Pirates. Reach his standard. Okay, so to reach the standard, I definitely need all my Aether Currents, right? So we want to go northeast. There's one somewhere here, northeast. Just go quickly grab that. WP, what have you done to your chat? I don't know what you mean. Current. Oh, he's attacking me. Ooh, woo. Let's interrupt that. Boom. Not surprising you've reached that point with Guild Wars 2. You honestly expected it sooner? How do you mean? I think the opinions I have today are born out of the events of the past year and a half. To have come to any such opinion earlier, I would still argue is misguided. Right, looks like we got to go round the fork on the top right. Oh, I never got the summoning stone. These feel like a weird feature of the expansion. I haven't quite landed with any of them. 67 east. So, over there? Maybe it's high up? .51 northwest. I guess it's on that rock. Yeah, right, that rock up the Okizindu is up there, right? Southeast. Yeah. Let's climb up this. Three breaks the wind. Is this a Aether? Nope. Oh, I think the down arrows is because it's the start of like the proper Beast Tribe rep situation, right? Of the 68 parties currently recruiting, all match your search conditions. Why does it constantly say that to me? I mean, what exactly does that mean? 827 east, so it's all the way over there. We definitely are on the adventure there. Let's also have a real look here. Travel logs. Wait. No, it's just travel. Aether Currents. Sea of Clouds. We've still got a quest to do, and there's one hidden. Oh shit, if there's a quest to do, the question is, where's the guy that gives it to me? We might have a problem in a minute, because I don't see any blue stars. Uh-oh. Alright, well let's just get this one that's on the ground first, and we'll cross that road when we come to it. I have noticed in Ishgard there is a quest giver who offers an Aether, a crystal, so I'm wondering if I collect it in the town and complete it here. You got to turn it off it or keep doing it. But what is it? I don't know. Of 68 recruiting, all match my search conditions. What am I searching for? You just passed the blue quest. No, that's the beast stripe thing that I was saying a second ago with the down arrow. And we looked at it. Yeah, I understand it's for party finder, guys. That's not really an answer though. What is the party finder doing? Why is it doing it? What information? Why does it print it to me so regularly? Should I be receiving this information and doing something with it? Otherwise, why does it print it to me all the time? What patch is it from? You know, what is it? I get that it's a party finder related situation. 245 east. We're still just going east, 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 east. I think it's just parties you qualify for. So there's currently a bunch of people. I'm going to infer the information. There's a bunch of people who are doing content right now, and they've listed that their party is recruiting. And the game is telling me, okay, there's 68 potential adventures you could go on right now. There are 68 groups of people asking for friends, and you could join them if you want. Is that it? Or does that 68 include, well, you know, people who enclose parties? Like, how do I know? Like, what's the full story? Oh, he left. I was going to fight him. Do you see I just targeted that guy? That's because I pressed tab to auto-run. Northeast, 98. It's not far away. Somewhere around here. .75 directly north. Ah, there it is. Sneaky. It checks like every 10 minutes and it gives you a count. Why? Who knows? It's silly. It's 68 open groups. Okay, thanks, man. That's really, really valuable. In the party finder menu, there is a lot of settings to tune or turn it off. Do you guys have any recommendations on how I should tune that then? Oh, I understand. You just gave me a eureka moment. So let's say I really want to do minimum eye level Alexander. Could I tune the filter to just constantly search for that? And it would tell me, wouldn't it? It would print it down there when it becomes available. Oh, why didn't you guys give me that advice before? Oh, maybe I can't do it on... Free trial. Display results in log every 10 minutes. So you could drop that down, right? To every 3 minutes. And then have a very precise search. Filter search results based on party, objective, conditions of... Okay. Minimum eye level. Is that it though? I can't... How do I pick the mission? Is nobody doing minimum eye level anything? Is that the idea? So I would just see now, when it pops up, it says, hey, a party matches your conditions. I'd be like, oh shit, there's a minimum eye level thing going on, and I can look and see what it is. Right? I understand the feature now. You guys explain that to me. That's brilliant. The only thing I'm wondering, right, is if I run over here, will that unfog and therefore show me a blue crest? I'm going to check that first, because if it is that, and I end up going back to goddamn Foundation, it's going to be a nightmare. Oh, someone says the last quest is definitely in Foundation. Oh, okay. Alright. Why do I always mess this up? Okay. The last quest is weird and it's in Ishgard. Yeah, okay, what's the, God, this is light years ahead of Guild Wars 2's LFG. Yeah, I was just thinking that, how useful that would be for Guild Wars. Does anyone know the name of the quest? It's not going to be the Leaves. It's not going to be So You Want to Be a Machinist. So it's going to be at the Pillars. Oh, is it in his manor? Honoring the past? Level 56? No, that's... Oh, wait, or is it? We recently had a ceremony to honour the passing of Sir Clodovane, the third son of Haelnon. But I was surprised to see none of the Rose Knights from Camp Cloudtop in attendance. Not that they should abandon the camp, mind you, but at the very least, I expected to see 2 of them in attendance. I'm sure she has her reasons for not attending, but Ronchemont is a dear friend of mine, and I know how she cared for the Sir. They worked quite closely, down to the very end. Which is why I want you to present this to him. The battle standard raised during the ceremony. I'm certain he would have attended if he could. And at the very least, I think he'd appreciate a memento. So I'm going to assume... Yeah, I don't need to assume. I can see the things there. Wow. Reap what you sow. Honouring the past. Sky Pirates. What's the reap what you sow quest? Good morning, adventurer. What can I do for you? Hello? The sigil on this pennon is so battle-worn that it is barely recognisable as Haelnon. Reap what you sow is a relic weapon. Oh, is it? That one's an optional dungeon from 3.0. Oh, we should do that. There's a Heavensward dungeon I still haven't finished. Maybe it's because I couldn't fly? The battle standard of the Steel Vigil, charred by flame, just as I remembered. Though there is as much as I wish I could not remember this day. In the wake of the calamity, we were all but defenceless, and Savara and Safat saw fit to give us no quarter, I should hope. So never again see a battle so bloody. He laid down his life for our nation, for the few of us who escaped with our lives, a true leader to the bitter end, and I'll always treasure the years spent under him, but I'm not worthy of a mentor such as this. Though she may be reluctant to accept it, the lady should be the one to have this. I realise she has her own way to deal with grief, and I suspect that's why she did not attend the ceremony, but all my years serving, they've never been the ones to simply let go of family, so please take the standard to her. She's just down there, is she? Relic weapon quest is in Idyllshire. I thought I'd got all the dungeons. I'm really excited about that. I'll definitely do that. Or maybe I should have jumped off. I like the idea of being a dark knight on a black chocobo. Nevereap is bad in my opinion. Well, it's a vanilla Heavensward dungeon, so I want to do it. I'm going to do it at least once. How can it be that bad? I mean, all the dungeons are pretty much the same, aren't they? I've done a lot. Let's count the dungeons that I've done. This is a lot of dungeons. I think I've got a pretty good sense of... They're never that crazy, are they? How can you have an opinion that that one's specifically bad? It's just not memorable. Oh, well, that's fine. It's whatever. I haven't actually streamed a single dungeon. Oh, no, I have streamed dungeons. Battle sounded for the Still Visual. You're too kind. This is the most unexpected gift. He was a good man. They were like family. But I refuse to dwell on the past. He'd have me live my own life. Times are hard. We'll move forwards. Ta-da! Freebirds, Sea of Clouds. Okay, so now we can do our stuff. So let's get on our mana cutter. Our own mana cutter. Oh wow, there's a lot you can do in this map once you're flying, eh? So this is a whole island that I otherwise couldn't have gone to, right? Oh my god, this is like, do you know what I'm getting vibes of? You know the Big Small Mountain and no, not Big Small Mountain. In Super Mario 64, there's a level where you're climbing a giant mountain. You get to it at like the last hub section of the castle. I'm not talking about level 1 with Cupid Quick, I'm talking about later. Though I think there is another race to the top of it. There's giant mushrooms everywhere in the level. I'm getting kind of vibes from that. I can't remember what it's called though. God damn. Is there any meaning behind all the little islands? By the way, one thing Heart of Thorns beat Heavensward on is this is cool, but this is not as cool as gliding around in the sky in Verdant Brink, right? With all the updrafts and the Patriarch fight and stuff. Guild Wars' open world is just so much better. It's so much more sophisticated. Oh, the tribe quests take you around? This looks a lot uglier as well, like way uglier. I remember on one of my first streams, literally my first stream for Final Fantasy XIV, I was here and I was saying this map doesn't look that pretty. And they were like, oh no, it looks really good. This doesn't look good. I think this is quite ugly, honestly. I mean, it's an interesting, like, bold, like, experience we're having that is different to a lot of the rest of the game, don't get me wrong. But it's not necessarily pretty, is it? It doesn't compare to what Arena managed to pull off. I will credit this game, though. The draw distance is way better in this game. Look at that. It's much better with looking far away. Like, look at this. This is ugly as sin, really. This looks like some PS1 shit. It's just so empty and the pattern of the textures repeating so fast. Blech. Hello. I'll join if you run any instances. The Netherling warrior comes. You want to get a scale for Zindu? Never Reap is sacred land. Watch your step. Alright, there you go. Never Reap now accessible. Can someone just confirm once again? This is base Heavensward, correct? Never Reap. Sonu Vanu, chief of the Zundu, faces a tempestuous predicament. Already facing an upwind battle to shelter his people from the warlike Vundu, his mask, the traditional symbol of power in Vanu society, has grown old and worn. Should it crack, and his authority with it, the peaceful tribe would be powerless to stave off the coming storm. Venture into Neverreap, the sacred isle of the Vanu that has been overrun by the Vundu and vicious beasts in their thrall, and emerge with the scale of a mighty Warkion, that the sun might shine on Zindu once more. Okay. The duty of my gear is low. Okay, hold on. This person wants to do it with me. How do I... They have to... I can't invite you. I can't queue. You have to sort that out. I'll withdraw. You have to invite me and then set it up. Wait, this was the dungeon, WTF? Yeah, I mean, I've never been in there. I don't know what it's going to be like. Should we kill some Griffin? I don't think I've ever fought these things. If anyone has any ideas about my combat UI, let me know. Like, maybe I should move my tank stance somewhere else. Attack. Now, when I do this, guys, when I strafe left and right like this, is that good, bad, or nothing in this game? Like, if I get that it's probably pointless. All right, I already know that. But if it's anything, if it's vaguely good, vaguely bad, vaguely like what? Because I'm under the impression it doesn't actually do anything in this game, does it? Because it snapshots so slowly. Okay, don't just say good or bad. Explain though. It doesn't do anything. as a tank is bad. Well, I know why a lot of you guys are saying it's bad. It's because you think it, but it doesn't actually move the boss if you do little ones, right? Well, I get they can swing the direction they're facing, and if someone's trying to rear and flank it, will mess them up. Yeah, I get that. So what about in like solo contexts and other contexts? Like that wobbling there would be really annoying if it was on my monk right now, for example. It's still cute. Alright, we're in. In solo, it's pointless. In solo, you would just be forming a bad habit for group. The only time moving is okay is if you're intentionally trying to reposition them for AoEs. Okay. Right. I wish I could remove that as well, the one or more members thing. I welcome you to Neverreap, brave Netherling. Take thunder eggs in hand, place thunder eggs on top of clouds, and the winds will swell and carry you deeper in. Be warned, there are great dangers. Holy shit. Oh my god. I feel like I was going to fall there. Well, I assume you can't fall. Yeah, I got them all. Right? Fuck, I was trying to move out of that, but I got hit by a rock. That went okay, right? Oh, someone else did it. Ooh. I'm assuming if I didn't have lag, that would work out really well. I'm assuming we avoid the tornadoes. Okay, I hit them all. I can't sit. I tried to move as little as possible, but I can't sit in the orange. Oh, I moved back in. That was probably pretty dumb of me. I'm standing here so that the cones don't aim on the team. See that cone there? I think if I stood in the other place, the cone would have been on the team. And that would have sucked. Oh. Defensive again? Oh, I should have done that one earlier. I could have put slow on everyone. That would have been really good. Nice. Oh. Trash fights like these is definitely okay to avoid enemies. So you guys say this might be boring or bad, but I actually prefer this to what I was doing in that raid content before. Because I actually have a little bit of control and things actually matter, you know. There's a risk of dying. Where I stand, what I look at, like there's more going on, like way more. I don't know what this is. Fog? The god who whispers is sealed off. Are we just surviving right now? You have to find the boss. Oh, is that it? Okay, that was cool. I'll face him away. Sorry about that, everyone. Was that only me capable of finding the boss, or were we all stuck? I should grab these, you know? Oh, we're back. Is there any way I can turn off that little tick noise whenever I like try to queue and it's not ready? Okay, so we run around and find the boss, do we? There. Hit it. It's called his shadow. I'm going to assume that everyone else can deal with the feathers, because that's a lot for me to aggro. Or maybe I need to help. I'm not talking about the targeting click noise, I'm talking about the other one. I quite like this boss. Looks cool. Type action error off in your chat. Will that persist forever, or do I have to do it every time I log on? Thank you. Whoops, wrong button. Whoa, what are these things? I'm going to stand on the caster here in the hopes that that... So my whole team's standing together quite tightly there. I didn't use any defensives, but I think they're happy with that, aren't they? See, suddenly FF14 looks pretty nice in here, I feel like. It really depends on the lighting, I think, a lot of the time. I'm going to pop a couple of defensive things. It's quite a big pull in there, really. Oh, you see that abyssal drain? I should have put my blood weapon up. Oh, and I should have debuffed them all, really. See, I know it's just tank and spank, but I feel a lot more engaged by this. Do you guys know what I mean? Or do you think I'm talking shit? Right. Canu Vanu. totem. Totem jump. Should I be in that or not? I don't know where. I don't know what this is. That's a weird telegraph to me. Probably should pop a defensive whenever I'm a bit scared about that. Oh, invulnerable, invulnerable. Gotta move him. I'll move him into the ring. I can't target these. I can target that. You gonna come? Oh, I can hit him here. He's invulnerable again. Invincibility, invulnerable to all damage. Kill this. Still invincible. He's not invincible anymore. He's casting the Sacred Totem. Can I cleave that? It's like on it. He's sort of in it now. Vulnerable. Oh, you can pick the totems up. Oh, you can right click them? I wonder then. So we would probably throw the totems in there to disrupt the spell, maybe? Alright, he's doing it again. Let's try it. Oh, well, he died. Wow. Why is the waterfall so loud? It's just something about the way I've got the audio balanced. In the pursuit of making good audio, I think. Right, there's even more water over there. I don't know why it's so loud. I don't even have many of them up anymore. I guess it's ambient sounds and it's like horrendously balanced. I thought the Guild Wars 1 issue. Oh, do we want to just keep going? I guess they want to keep going. Because there might be more pop-ups. You're also very quiet today. I've been streaming 5 hours. No one has talked about the microphone at all. And now it turns out I'm too quiet. Arm's length. Alright, I don't know what's coming up. Powerful winds swirl around. Oh god, there's loads of shit everywhere. I've got them all. I can't interject that. Oh shit. Oh. I thought I had to move away. Usually that thing means move away. 2 of us got knocked off. Oh, I got tricked. Well, while we're here, I can move this, which I now notice is. Did we win? Did they beat it without me even being there? It's about synced, isn't it? Just about. No, they didn't. I think that was some loot sound effect. Alright, let's try this again. Your healer fell off on their own before even the knockback? Really? Thought I could jump over that little gap and then no. Alright, here we go. So I'll hold him in the middle this time. Oh, well, no, actually, where I hold him doesn't matter. It's still doing the little click noise, by the way. It's still going click, 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 click. We all seem to know that we need to hit these things this time, which is good. In the middle. Oh, I didn't even get moved at all. Oh, there's a tornado. Oh, someone's dead again. Is that a healer? It is the healer. So I need to use defensives, right? Because if I don't use defensives, I don't know what that mist is. I'm going to grab it though. If I don't use defensives, then I'll be dead. This is all over. So definitely don't want to eat anything unnecessarily. I'm going to use that heal cooldown as regularly as possible. off him. Ah, I overlapped those. Probably shouldn't have. Don't eat that. Oh, I somehow messed that up. Oh, I can use that living dead thing as well, can't I? Why is it not targeting him? I'm going to use knockdown there as well because... Oh, and magic defense is good here in this phase, right? Because these are all magic damage dealers. I probably should have grabbed aggro off of everything. I don't want my... Oh, shit. Get in. Jump back. I'm really enjoying this fight. Oh, I need to aim it away, right? Aim it away. I'm sorry, team. I'm sorry, team. Oh, we're limit breaking it? Yeah, it's low. Yeah, we win. You'll die after living dead since there's no one to heal you. I know, but it would buy me another 15 seconds or whatever, wouldn't it? Or however long it lasts. That was cool. See, I like those. I like the dungeons, man. In the world where we're assessing power creep, casual run back through versus power creep, casual run back through, the dungeons stand up better than the story raids do. And again, it's not lost on me that when you play them properly, the raids are going to be way better. Right. Thank you, team. Oh, I can command Azure Thunderbolt. Alright. So, next we go to the Alliance raid story thing. Sunset. It's very pretty here right now. Oh wow, this is very pretty. I just criticised this map, but you get the right sun. Your stuff's almost all broke. You need to repair. Oh yeah, good point. There's a repair guy there, so I can do it. Oh, we could actually just Aether right there, couldn't we? So there you go. That's a Heavensward dungeon that I missed. The rounded scale of a giant breed of Sanua, known as Wakaeons. Enjoy, you can have that. That's the dungeon quest done. And now the other quest is even further up. Meanwhile, repair hammer guy down in the central square. Wow, well, to think this is designed for PS3? PS3 is not that bad, nor that old either, right? I know we're on PS5 now, so it sort of feels like it's all... But really, I can see this on PS3. In terms of control schemes and all that shit, that blows my mind that it works on a console. But in terms of like graphical fidelity and stuff. But yeah, like all the controls and sophistication of the game on without a keyboard and mouse, that's something to me. I mean, I struggle on keyboard and mouse to have everything mapped out for me. Phantom controller is just fucking crazy. But they do it, and it's apparently very effective. Wow, look at this. Oh my god, perfect timing, eh, everyone? It's far enough, stranger. If you value your life, tell me true. Did you stumble across this marker by chance, or are you here by invitation? I'm here by invitation. And that'll make you the hero the captain said we should watch out for. Well met. My name's Stacia. Leofard would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid, God's truth be told. Anyway, my thanks to you for coming here. If you'd follow me, I'll take you to the Red Bill's nest. Yeah, Zoomers in chat thinking PS3's ancient. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's kind of the impression I got from that message too. But I think he might have just been talking about the controller. Goblin says I was playing SNES when it was current, so I'm not really a zoomer. There you go. I would have been on SNES if it wasn't for the Mega Drive. Or sorry, as the Americans call it, the Genesis. But it's definitely the Mega Drive. I come to you in person and still you refuse my offer? Arrogant fool. On the subject of arrogance, Radlia, I bow to your superior knowledge, but that's all the bowing you'll get from me. As I've told you a dozen times before, I ain't no one's lackey. But my dear Leofard, how else do you propose to survive an expedition with a ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back. While I'd fear for me life with your mangy crew at my back, on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man. Some of these expressions are very much like the goofy Hildebrand side quest ones. I thought you cleverer than this, Red Bill. But no matter, I always get what I want in the end. 'Tis merely a question of method. So we're back to 3.1, just to be clear to everyone following along with the stream. This is all main content. I don't think Bloodstone Fen came out with a raid. And I don't think Bloodstone Fen came out with a fractal, and it definitely didn't come out with a dungeon. So this is all kind of just extra, really, in the comparative exercise. He's a guest. You understand the concept, don't you? You know when someone's invited instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Hell yeah. That was Radlia, Captain of the Talon. She knows Leofard's the best sky pirate alive, and the fact he won't join her shtick. I misread that. Are you gonna let them talk to you like that, Captain? We should tell them Red Bill we should show them Red Bill some respect. I'm reading this really badly. I'm really sorry, everyone. Patience. When all of this is over, we shall see who rules the skies. There were 3 wings before Bloodstone Fen. Yeah, there were, but then there was also an Alexander raid before Bloodstone Fen. So you compare, they pair off, don't they? Because the start of Alexander was 3.0, wasn't it? Also, to do it your way, Rog, is to do it timeline-wise. In which case, we're before even Heart of Thorns came out right now. So it's still not really. Hey there, hero. I promise you high adventure, and high adventure you shall have, for we plan to board the Sea of Clouds' very own ghost ship. Or what folk have taken to calling one anyway. Every day for the past few weeks has brought us a new sight into the self-same vessel, a massive airship of queer design adrift on the wind. When did Chaos Fractal come out? That's a good question. I don't remember what was going on with Fractals during this time. So if people know that. I know that Nightmare was with a crack in the ice. So Chaos preceded Nightmare, I just don't know where exactly. It was somewhere around this era. If Chaos came out with the Bloodstone Fen, then that's quite good. But I don't think it did. Like I said, an honest god's ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Allegans, but we won't know for sure until we've had ourselves a good poke around inside and liberated whatever ancient treasure she's got mouldering away in her hold, of course. But before we start dividing up the spoils, we've got to find the damn thing, which is why we've been working on a special new device. Finding her will be the easy part. What we can't do is without is a veteran explorer what ain't afraid to fling himself face first into the jaws of danger. Now, I know you are a gallant champion of the people and all, but strip away the fame and glory and I'll wager you're still an adventurer at heart. So what do you say, Macon? Fancy a plunge into the unknown at the side of the Red Bills? Hell yeah. Then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to our crewmate, Tata. She's been working on a way to track the vessel. All right. Where are we? Greetings, the name's Utata. I suppose you call me the Red Bill's Chief of Engineering. Smithing, carpentry, magitech, it's all a part of an airship, and I can fix it. If it's a part of an airship, I can fix it. Just don't expect to see me waving a cutlass and swinging over the rails. If there's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. Utata seems eager to share her findings on the ghost ship. So is this going to be a big fight on a ghost ship? It's an alliance raid, right? So it's 24 people, and it's not tuned to be too difficult, but there's lots of spectacle. I'm looking forward to streaming this. For any Guild Wars players, I'm excited for you to see this, because I thought that the alliance raid content, the Crystal Tower stuff from Vanilla, which I haven't ever streamed, I thought that it's quite pretty. It's quite cool to watch. Well met, my ladies and gentle pirates. Now that we appear to have our hero, I'm happy to report that we've overcome the last obstacle to boarding the ghost ship. Meaning your project is proceeding as planned? That it is, Captain. I knew this would be the perfect place to take readings. The scant amounts of background Aether make it easy to follow the derelict's trail. The ghost ship is what has what Utata tells us is a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device what can sniff out this particular spectral flavour and point us in the right direction. I call it the Ecto Compass. It's allowed me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movements and plot a reliable intercept course. No groping blindly through the clouds for us. All the ships are loaded and ready to fly. Just say the word, Captain. Utata, you best stay there out of harm's way. Keep an eye on their Aether trails, eh? Aye, Captain. Grab an armload of treasure for me. Now, we got no way of knowing what's waiting for us on that cursed hulk, Macon, so you'd best bring along a few mates so you know who you can trust. Don't hurt to be too careful, seeing as how you'll be going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you are. The rest of us will be guarding the rear, just in case Radleer and her brood decide to stick their beaks in where they ain't wanted. Don't worry, she'll not get past us, so you can concentrate on carving a path into the ship's belly. And honest to God's ghost ship. Ooh, this is going to be an adventure and a half. I would think, in all reality, he wouldn't want us to go first, because... the Void Ark, what a cool name. He wouldn't want us to go first, because we would just get all the booty. So, if you look in Heavensward, okay, here's my understanding, and I just want to say this in case I'm wrong, and also to impart this knowledge to Guild Wars 2 people. So that you know, this game has raids, right, they're 8-man, and it's like, each one's like a fight. So, you know, it's like, this is Veil Guardian, this is Sabbather, this is Gorseval kind of thing, right? They have raids, and they come 4 at a time. Actually, this one had 5, apparently. But that's like their standard raid, right? And at core, they took one of those, so it's a selection of 4, and like supercharged them, and they called it Savage. So this is about the story of Bahamut, and kind of rounds out a story of the Calamity. Not only do they have a raids, though, they also have these things called Alliance raids. So this was a story about a thing called the Crystal Tower, and it kind of took us into another dimension. That thing that I've been mentioning, a guy that got lost in the Shadow Realm, that's what that is. And you can see here, on New Game Plus, Binding Coil was their regular one, and then the Crystal Tower was the Alliance one. The Alliance ones are like lots of spectacle, tons of players. They're not 8-man, they're 24. So we've now done Alexander. That's what we spent all day on. That's the Heavensward one. So we've now done 2. We're now going to do the second Alliance raid. So the 24-man. This is the Heavensward 24-man we're about to go into. This mystery box here. Crystal Tower is what I'd done before. Also, we've now done part 1 and 2 of Heavensward. So this is going to be 3.2 and then 3.3. Is that how that's going to go? I don't know how these fit in. This is a tiny box. Maybe it doesn't line up perfectly with the patches, actually, because the description here doesn't sound like it lines up exactly. Anyway, so there you go. So let's go in. And this is just the first little bit of the story. As you can see here, there were 3. Labyrinth, Syracuse, Tower, World of Darkness. So this patch only has the Void Ark. There'll be a follow-up story later and then another one. Kind of like what happened with Alexander, except while I did it all in one day on Alexander, I'll be doing this over patch by patch. Alright, in an age where the miracle of the airship has become commonplace, the heavens have seen the rise of a new breed of fortune hunter, the Sky Pirate. These airborne buccaneers sail the endless sea of clouds in search of hidden lands to explore and forgotten treasures to plunder. At the behest of one such band of Sky Pirates, you have joined an expedition set on boarding the ominous ghost ship of recent rumour. Will you return triumphant with Leofard and his red bills, arms laden with the spoils of some ancient trove? Or will you fall to the perils of the haunted vessel as every would-be looter before you? Well, let's try it out. It says I already have something selected. It's probably the dungeon I did a minute ago. Just turn that off. Oh wait, no. Oh no, it's just it's on. Right. Oh, I'm already queued. Oh, okay. So there you go. If you guys want to do it with me, there's 24 people. Just queue on in. Might want to wait for a few people. Helps your tank though. Yeah. It will spin it up for people on roulettes now as well. Anyway, won't it? So. You love the Void Ark? Well, I've never played it. I have no idea what's coming in. What I can say is I'm not going to have tank stance on because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to spoil 24 people. You know, in a dungeon, I'm happy to wing it when there's just 3 other guys around and I can see what's going on. But when it's 23 other people, you know, and I'm drawing a boss's aggro into the stack, that's not going to be good. As usual, first wing was hit the worst. Last wing usually kills a lot. Well, this is just fun and big and spectacle. If this is anything like the Crystal Tower was, this is just fun, big spectacle, and I don't really mind if it's not tuned well. Also, these are like longer. The Alexander stuff I was doing was like a tiny instance and a little fight, and that's it. Tiny instance, little fight. The Crystal Tower it feels like a 24-man dungeon. You know, like there's actual running sections, and then you know it's long. So I don't mind if the tuning's so bad. I wouldn't swear. That's why I have 2 more tanks. They can just provoke it away if they think you're not doing too well. That's a good point as well. I mean, I'm not nervous or anything. I'm just saying I'm going to turn tank stance off. I wish you got to experience an Alliance raid when it's current. They can be quite difficult, actually. Well, I mean, if I get 2 Shadowbringers, maybe I will. Or when Endwalker comes out, maybe eventually I'll be there. One of the Stormblood ones was hit with the Echo, actually, because people refused to do it after a while. The 3rd boss gave a lot of casual players trouble. The Echo they use as like a mechanic to buff people, don't they? Did I ever play Nier? No, I was bought Nier Automata by a fan. I basically, which is a really weird experience, but someone did gift me it. And I said, and they want. I didn't say I would. I don't, if I remember rightly. I think I did in kind of a polite way. They said, "I've bought you this because I want you to do a let's play on it." And I said, "Oh, thank you very much. I'll endeavour to do so." And then I never got around to it, and I've still never installed. I don't know anything about it. Apparently, like the Luda narrative is very good. Apparently, it would be right up my alley, but I haven't played it. I know that there's some kind of crossover with that game and this game. I don't know how that works. Was it Eundel? I honestly don't remember who it was. And I just realised now that I don't remember who it was. I remember knowing for a long time because I felt guilty and like I disappointed someone. I honestly don't remember who it was. I scanned, as I was speaking out loud there, I was scanning my mind for the information. And I went as far back as Wax Screwdriver. But I don't think it was Wax. I don't think it was that long ago. The 14 Nier raids are awesome, but the unlock events take forever. Well, I mean, that's ages away, isn't it? That's Shadowbringers, so. I assume you have heard there's a Monster Hunter crossover in it too. Yeah, because I've actually played the reverse. I was a Monster Hunter World player. When Monster Hunter World came out, we played that game, and they added Behemoth to it. So I fought Behemoth in Monster Hunter, which was a 14 crossover. They brought the Rathalos over, didn't they? The Monster Hunter Rathalos is in this game. You thought of Wax, didn't he give me something else? I can't remember. I can't remember. That whole thing with wax still blows my mind. And I'm happy to talk about it as well, because, you know, legacy. If people don't know, I used to have a fan called Wax Screwdriver. I think even his name was vaguely referential to the wood and potatoes, kind of, you know, a wax screwdriver. Really nice person, showed up to lots of streams, and they got ill. I can't remember what it was. This was ages ago now. This was probably around Season 3. It was probably around the Bloodstone Fen release, probably, if my memory is correct. And they got like terminally ill, and then they were just gone. They died. And then after a while, I was speaking to their sister. They were just really, really nice, and it was a bit of a gut punch. And I remember I went on stream and sort of had to tell everyone that like this fan who'd been in chat a lot was dead now. I'm sure he'd love we were remembering him, though I didn't know him. Did you two not cross over? That's crazy to me. I feel like you're Benji, right, Milenko? I feel like you've been here forever. You were probably just a lurker back then. Let's see. The Rathalos is a mount, a decent one, but not very Monster Hunter looking armor set. And a few minions, Palico and Poogie minis. The Monster Hunter trial is fun, and it's a great mount. Do they justify in lore when they do crossovers like that? Like, I saw Noctis out in Thanalan 2 nights ago. I was like, what? This is so weird. Do they justify them, or do they just dump them in? Because for a game that cares so much about its story and so on, it is strange when they do justify it. Okay. He was a mod here too, that's why people recognize Wax. Well, I don't remember ever unmodding anyone, so maybe he is still a mod. They sort of justify it. Aether is magic and anything's possible. Right, so they don't really go very deeply with it. Yeah, and there's a crossover with 15 as well. Yeah, that's Noctis that I mentioned a second ago. Just this guy from a completely other universe just standing around. Outside of the main scenario quests, they don't take themselves too seriously. Okay, that's fair. So you think there's a line with that then? I didn't get the car, no. I'll probably not get the Regalia. I've probably missed it. Because I've got to do Gold Saucer, and I don't know anything about Gold Saucer. Maybe tonight, off stream, I'll do some Gold Saucer. Maybe. Alright, here we go. Hopefully this will be fun to watch, and interesting to watch. I've been vaguely looking forward to doing this over the past week of streaming. You got bored of the car after 2 days, to be honest. What's curious to me is, why are they doing a 15 crossover now? Wouldn't they have done the Regalia and the 15 crossover, like, 4 years ago? Oh, it's a repeat. Oh. Oh, so I'm especially don't really care then. If they repeat events, I'll just get it in 2050 or whatever. I was going to say 2015, but obviously that's already passed. 2025. Holy shit, this is crazy. Tell me if the audio balance is still off. I'll turn the game down as much as it's off. Hello, I'm new. Wow. Oh shit, that looked cool. I can see everyone's classes, hopefully. Or at least the people in my party, I can see their classes. Cloud Larker. dying real quick. Ooh, oh, they're doing an Alexander style thing. Okay. They got that tech and decided they liked it. Hybidus. Hydro sprites. Holy shit. Board the conveyance unit? What would that do? The Cetus. I'm turning my stance off. Got to do it until now. Electric swipe. Can't zoom out very far. Immersion. Symbiosis. I don't know how often I want to use focus target, really. It's quite liberating in this game to not have to be direct. Like, if this was Guild Wars, everyone's stacked real tightly there and I wasn't really on it. And it's such a bad play in Guild Wars. In this game, it's because, you know, you lose all your boons. In this game, it's quite pleasant to actually not have to worry too much. Oh, I can't hit that. The one in the middle? Had some kind of weird debuff on me there. I don't know what it was. I don't really get what the magic of the fight is here. I'm just looking for if there's ever any minis or anything, you know. Oh, why did they put a triangle on this guy? Stacking for stuff is a lot more important in the harder modes. Oh, okay. MT is morked. I don't know what that means. Morked is a player name? I don't really know what we're doing. Are we grouping them up or not? Oh my god, it's a Malboro. The Pagan's Vine. Why are there Malboros in here? In a ghost ship? I guess it's kind of a viney room. This is kind of the equivalent of Canthan Elite missions in Guild Wars 1. Any Guild Wars 1 players, this is the equivalent, essentially. Except not as challenging for when the patch originally released. Is this song original? I don't know. Yeah, someone in chat would have to answer that. The last boss will drop a mini. Do none of the others ever? Do you only ever get mounts and minis from the final boss of content? So here, by the way, there's 2 new bits of the UI below my party. That's Alliance. Those are the other 2 parties. It's basically 3 parties of 8. It's tethered to the thing in the middle. I'm going to assume we want to hit this because that's what I see everyone else doing. No attacks coming at us. Vulnerable. Zero damage, but it did go through. Everyone's running away from him. They're hiding behind this, so I need to hide behind it too? I bet people know what that mechanic is or watching in chat thought I was going to die, and now they've realised just how not punishing that is. Because I'm wandering around like a buffoon and it doesn't even matter. I'll kill the little things. So we DPS the thing in the middle to save us from some big attack, I guess? Holy shit, what was that? Oh. This is some Tower of Nightmares stuff right here, don't you guys think? It's dead. So is this thing. Look at this thing. No, you would die 100% if you wouldn't hide. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the timing to hide is not punishing. I understand why this snaps the edge now. It's because they're removing the rounded edge, so it feels like it's tabbing out of the side. That boss would fit. Whoa, this is cool. Oh, it's like a demon. Oh shit! They're like coffins. Hellhound. Oh, this is cool. I like this. What's everyone else hitting? Blackguard. Do you see how this keeps going though, right guys? You know how in Alexander it was like tiny little waves for like progression or whatever for the people who are experiencing it under proper balance? For this we get to go and go and go, and I really appreciate that about these. God damn. We were running through? I'm last. I like being last. That was Diabolos. Well, yeah, I've seen Diabolos in the dungeon already as well. Void arrow demons. Are you saying that all things from the void are demons? Oh look, it looks like coffins. What? Look at this environment. See, Guild Wars just doesn't have anything like this. Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't. Or when it does, it's very rare. It's very rare. Oh shit, it's Kukuliane. He's a summon from 12. He's looking very cool. Everyone's standing on that box. I assume there's a reason for it. Look at all these melee DPS trying to flank. I want to play Monk again. I kind of want to go back to my Monk. Fuck, I just got no muscle memory for it anymore. I better play it really badly. I think once we finish Heavensward stuff, like the 5.3 or whatever, we can class swap maybe. By then my Black Mage might be up there, by the way. So, you know. Oh shit. It feels weird playing a tank in these, because it's like, I just feel like a mediocre DPS. I really want to get the whole guy on screen as well. Believe it or not, I'm zoomed out as much as I can do. Maybe I'm going to be over here, I don't know. Alright, we killed our one. The other thing is, UI? Oh, I never know where the settings are. Display. Where's the setting? Where's camera settings? I could have sworn it was in character. Oh, here you go. So if you do angle, if you angle it up, you can see things way better. Like the full size of the boss. But then you can't really see your character too well when you're running around. Like really, this kind of camera is really only good for this kind of thing. You can hold control and use the arrows up and down as well. I wonder whether I can attach it to my macro for being in or out of combat. Because I never admire my character in combat. I like the music. Oh, this is going to be it then. This is the end. See how much easier we can see the guy. The Queen's bedchamber. What the fuck is that thing, by the way? Shit, I'm out of range. Oh, he's leaving. Oh my god, what? Everyone's on me? Whoa. This camera's actually fucking with my head a bit at the moment. He's not aggroed on me, right? He's facing me. Can these be interrupted? Knock down or whatever? Oh, I can knock these down. I'm guessing I've got to put them somewhere though. Do you think we just kill him or do we put him somewhere? Why has that guy got a C marker, for example? Dexter. Abyssal Reaper. Knocked me back a bit. Can I hit these other ones? Oh, I've just noticed. Hold on. How do I... There. What? Shit. Sprint it out. Couldn't really see the limit break there, it was overlapping a bit. Alliance raids regularly feature phases where there's 3 enemies need to be far apart to damage them. So each tank needs to take one and fight with their respective party. That was one. Okay. Usually the marks at Alliance Party ABC go there, or in this case, Alliance Party ABC tank goes here. Okay, so I should have interpreted. I'm in B, so they wanted me to go here, right? Okay, 6 loot. Wind up Echidna. Remarkably lifelike creation of the shape-shifting seductress, perhaps a little too lifelike. How do I see what I rolled? Is that only in chat? Coffin lid. The plank of ancient wood is cold to the touch. Do I care about that? How do I see what I rolled? WB, have you read the Moonbird and Minion summary yet? No. Moonbreeder? Yeah, it's a crafting material, I understand that. Oh my god. It's funny, is it? It's in chat, but you might have filtered a bit too much. Right, so normally it will tell me what I roll, will it? So, announcements, loot notices. Oh, it won't retroactively do it. I thought it would put the number on there. Like, why wouldn't it put the number on that panel? What do you guys think about chat tabs? Is there a clever thing you can do, like with a battle chat tab and stuff? $150 seconds left to roll on this. I'm going to pass on all the other stuff. I'm going to have to do an inventory management bit soon as well. I've got so much random shit now. There should be a number on the icon, but I think it doesn't show since someone already got the item. Oh, someone already got it? What? I made a party tab and a team tab. Person anyway. Personally. You personally made a party tab and a tell tab. Oh, I see. Uwu. I was the last to roll, so I didn't get it. Okay. This room looks cool. So that all counts. The quest to get in there, the full thing, and that all counts as 3.1, does it? Bugger me, I expected danger, but not a hellspawn bleeding nightmare made flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates though, did it? That's some crew you got there, and make no mistake. WP, you can consume the orchestration rolls. Yeah, I know. The ones that are in the thing are duplicates. Right, let's have a look inside the coffer type thing. Something tells me it's to the brim with booty. So where is this story going? Don't look at me, I never moved a muscle. Oh, it's Diabolos again. Or a Diabolos? Diabolos isn't like one entity in this, is it? What in the 7 hours is that bastard doing? Question mark, question mark, question mark says this way swiftly now. It looks like a cat is speaking. With really gross stretched out limbs. Oh, what is this? Can anyone see that talking cat over there? Bloody hell, this adventure's getting queerer by the minute. So hold on, they were delivering an Alexander story with a cat and an Alliance Raid story with a cat. Jesus Christ, it looks horrible, doesn't it? Yeah, what is that? Still, I'd rather take my chances with that prattling puss than stay here. Get your things, mateys, we're leaving. What's this guy's name again? I'm not... Stacy says, well, what about the loot? You can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or make friends with the spell-slinging Voidborn. Your choice, says Leofard. God damn it. How's an honest sky pirate meant to make a living? So, let's say this is equivalent to the Chaos Fractal, if that came out at this patch. And the other stuff's equivalent to Bloodstone Fen. I sort of feel like the story beat the Bloodstone Fen story, and this thing beat the Chaos Fractal, didn't it? I mean, really on both counts? What do you guys think? Somebody was definitely a fan of cats during Heavensward development. What is this? It looks so gross and spindly. Diabolos is one guy. Okay, thank you. So wait, is that the one dude from the dungeon that I fought before? Is it the same Diabolos? Because I definitely did a dungeon where Diabolos was the final boss. It was like a boss fight where there were a bunch of doors in a ring around me, and I had to like enter the right one. Same dude. Okay, so is this whole raid about Diabolos? I'm well excited about that. So it's like an Allegan interdimensional ghost ship. Biju says it's not even the same order of magnitude as Fractal. Well, I get that it's a very different type of content playing a different role with different player party sizes and stuff. I'm just trying to assess quality and development and effort and stuff like that. Satisfaction from playing. They're both like optional endgame functions, right? Meant to be repeatable. So I think they're quite comparable. Again, that's if the Chaos Fractal came out around Bloodstone Fen. I don't actually know the time. It's entirely possible Bloodstone Fen doesn't have an equivalent at all. God damn, they tried to nuke us? The Void Center is attempting to initiate a dimensional displacement. At the gate, it cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship. Chaos Fractal is on the Out of the Shadows release page. Okay, so cool. So they are doubled up. Thing is, the content in this stream is alone more than Guild Wars 2. Joke, of course, but you know. Well, it's not really a joke because I've been playing 3.1 with an exception of a little bit of content we'd missed. This is a 6-hour, 10-minute long stream, and I know for a fact that Bloodstone Fen, for a first-time playthrough, takes about an hour and a half. That doesn't include getting the whole meta achievement done, and Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have an equivalent of doing a meta achievement. As far as I know, it might, but it doesn't emphasize it. So just in terms of time, this game takes a lot longer to get through the stuff. But I mean, it's long, slow, lingering cutscenes like this, which Guild Wars just doesn't do at all. I don't know whether that's to Guild Wars' discredit, is it? I mean, really? I don't know whether that's fair. You can't pad out your content with long, slow tracking shots at every moment of the way and then say, aha, we have more content because we forced you to sit here looking at cinematics more. That's not everyone's going to accept that. Well, there doesn't seem to be much point hanging around here. Let's get us back to solid ground. There was also Thordan Extreme in 3.1. So what is that? That's just a hard version of the fight. If I queued in on the duty finder for Thordan Extreme, would we beat it easily, or would it be like a whole evening of progression or whatever? Hello, everyone. It's pretty hard. You would die for 2 hours. It would take a while, but not that long. It was a bit out of touch and go for a few places, I grant you, but here we all are, all with our bits attached. This calls for a foaming, flagging of. Hold on, ain't we missing someone? Didn't I tell Utara to wait for us here? Never fear, we've been keeping the girl company. Uh-oh, it's one of the other bands. But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Leofard, I am not easily moved, but the sheer power of the display set me all a-quiver. Well, I hope you're content to admire from afar. That vessel ain't for the likes of you and me. Do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. Which brings me neatly to the point. You have in your possession a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over or your engineers shall suffer the consequences. Well, I don't have to do min eye level Thordan Extreme. Just to see the content. Can I do it sort of like a tourist, but not completely invalidate it? Is there sort of a middle ground between min eye level or fully unsynced? Perfect. A compass pointing the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of the one who has the will to use it. Come, lad. Our business here is concluded. You can do it synced with Echo. How long do you think synced with Echo would take? You get a bang on the head or something? The man I know would never give in to scum like her without a fight, unless... What did you do to the compass? Who? Me? Naught. Besides slipping a link pearl into its casing like, haha, so long as Radleer keeps it close, you could be damn well sure she will. We'll know exactly what to keep those thieving bastards planning. Anyone care to wager how long it will take her to notice my little gift? That's very clever and all, but how are you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on that derelict and its big great cannon? Just to be clear, what we're talking about is the Knights of the Round fight, but with mechanically interesting shit going on. I ain't worked that part out, but I expect it will start with us keeping a close eye on the talents. Before we get into that, any of that though, I got some questions what we need answering. It's like if Bloodstone Fen added a raid version of the Morgemoth battle, right? I mean, that's a pretty clear comparison. Is that arguable in any way? It's like if Bloodstone Fen had a feature that said, return to the fight with Morgemoth, except this time it's hard and it's 10-man, right? It's basically that, a strike mission Morgemoth that's hard. Extreme to have different mechanics from normal, not just numbers. I know, I've done extremes, min-eye level and extreme Garuda on stream. I've done that. And I assume that Thordan's the same. So it's even better than just better balance. It's all new mechanics as well. It's like a harder CM mode of Mordemoth. Yeah, which would have been really cool. It would have been cool if Zaitan had an equivalent too, right? That's what I hope that they'll do post End of Dragons. I hope that post End of Dragons they say, okay, the End of Dragons final boss, Corrupted Aurene or whatever the fuck it's going to be. There's like you wait 3 months and then you get a new version of the fight. I would love that. For my part, I'm curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist that you address me by my proper name, Kate Sith. Jesus Christ, look at this thing. I will not respond to puss or cat, and most decidedly not verbal. Can we just stop to appreciate this? The pose, the gross, low-resolution texture eyes, the skinny little arms. This is grotesque. So where are you from? You're from the demon world, are you? Tim Burton's Kate Sith? Yeah, it's like Nightmare Before Christmas style. Yeah. What the fuck am I looking at now? Oh, we're back in the room. Who's this on the wall? It's supposed to be weirdly weird. Oh, is it like a cartoonish, like, corruption mimic of... My tale begins long ago in the city of Mac, which once stood in the lands of Yaphaeum. The sorcerers of Mac were masters of destructive magics, and they brought that terrible power to bear against Amdapor and Nim in the War of the Magi. I've heard of Amdapor, the lost city of Amdapor. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea. A catastrophe. Catastrophe? My master, High Void Mage Cessair, was wise enough to foresee. Wait. Colossal flood? Are you talking about the Sixth Umbral Calamity? Oh shit, we're talking about one of these. I suppose you would know it as such. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. When they learned of the fate that awaited them, the Magi began construction of a gargantuan vessel that would bear its people to the skies and to safety. The operation of the Void Ark, and the ship, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Cessair. Prior to that, of course, my master had been a prisoner in her own home, confined for her outspoken opposition to the war. So the Ark was meant as a sanctuary. Then how did it become so, I mean, what happened to all the people? And what about the Void Sent? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants, sealed within the vessel. Hold on, the dungeon, called the Lost City of Amdapor, that's the Diablos dungeon, isn't it? Advances in Maki sorcery were made for one reason and one reason only. Cataclysmic, destructive power, and the swiftest and most dangerous method of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of void-sent entities. So the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control. At the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Void-sent. Scat? The Shadow Queen. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant will was required. And being Match's preeminent sorcerer, Cessair was deemed best qualified, where otherwise my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Yet even with Cessair's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the lesser Void Sent awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Cessair and the 53 Void Mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return their fiends to the coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over a derelict prison. Leofard says, if I remember me Umbral Air is right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1,500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure. And since everything seems to have been quiet on board your boat till just recently, I'm thinking something unusual must have happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm? One day, a void scent that had taken the shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal. Seal after seal. What is going on with my voice? You have faced a bat-winged fiend before? It would seem then that the creature survived the encounter, and he intends to celebrate his restoration by liberating his queen. So are they referring to the dungeon? Well, that explains that then, except one small detail, namely where the queen's coffin went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right? You recall the great rift that the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky? That was a void gate. Such a portal opens a temporary path through the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. The void scent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that's as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the wards bring Skatthak are dispelled. Smells to me like an adventure. And who knows what ancient treasures we might stumble upon on the way. Gods know they'll make a nice change from all them Allagan tombstones we've been collecting. I will help you. I'm not risking my hide for the sake of the realm, you understand, but I'll be damned if I let either Radlier or that bat-winged bastard take the freedom of the skies from me. You only care how you might be inconvenienced? If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for this entire staff. The War of the Magi was between the White Mage City and the Black Mage City. Amdapor is the White Mage group. We're dealing with the other side now. I don't know. Okay. Count your blessings, Furball. I said we'd help, didn't I? Before we go rushing off in the search of that coffin, though, there's preparation to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroic employment, Macon. I'll let you know when it's time to round up your mates again. And that'll be in patch 3.3? Am I right? Because it goes Alexander this, Alexander this, Alexander... Alexander. Or something. Because there's 3 of these and 5 of the other one. The time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all its power, and rule the skies from here to the ends of the world. So she's an added complication. But we can listen to what she's doing, so... Odd is Alliance raid, even is normal raid. Right. Oh yeah, there's only 3 Alexander wings. Okay, it all makes sense. It all makes sense. So wait, was 3.0... 3.0 was 2 weeks after Heavensward, right? I remember. So what about extreme trials? This one had an extreme trial. Thorden. Are there more, or is that the only one? Do they only ever do that for the final boss? And that'll be the next thing, so... So there you have it. And I'm back to my Relic Reborn quest from Vanilla. No, I'm not accepting that temple. All trials have extreme. Extreme trials are one every patch. Oh, shit. Oh, Guild Wars definitely doesn't do that. So it's like a big fuck-off boss fight every patch. It's like Bloodstone Pet Fen needed a big fuck-off boss fight. Ember Bay needed... And it's a co-op team-based progression thing as well, right? Ember Bay would have had one. A Crack in the Ice would have had one. Lake Doric would have had one, except none of them had one. Heavensward has 7 in the end. Do I know about sightseeing? I have heard of sightseeing, but I don't really know about it. Alright, well that's it, guys. That's today's stream. That's 3.1. I know that we've got Thorden, but since I can't beat it anyway, if at any point on these streams people help me with the min-eye level shit, I can sort that out. But that's going to be it. So we've played 3.1. Is there anything else I'm missing about 3.1? Chat, is there anything? Oh, I can do Ravana, Bismarck, and Thorden already. The blob thing beside me. Oh, no, that's a guy's weapon. It's a sightseeing location. Well, look, don't worry about that. That's not really a Heavensward thing. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, you need to like get goggles or some shit out for those. Missing the Warring Triads. Warring Triads, they said, is 3.2. That's a side quest, though. That's not really. That's just a side quest. That's next patch anyway, so that's tomorrow's stream. Yeah, we had a whole conversation about it. Just stand in the bubble and do /lookout. Sightseeing log entry complete. Okay, cool. Alright. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll do it tomorrow because it's 3.2, isn't it? I need to do that too. Wow. Well, there you go. Alright, thanks very much for your company, man. You've been playing along with me the whole time. So Encore Rising, who's been in game the whole time? What's your name in chat? It's Chronomancer or something, isn't it? So yeah, thanks guys. I will be back tomorrow. Any feedback on anything, let me know. If I can play the game better, if the UI can be better, if the audio can be better, if there's something I'm missing about the lore, if there's something you'd want to talk about with my Guild Wars comparisons, anything and everything, the more messages the better. The VODs are over on Wooden Potatoes 2. To anyone casually watching, please feel free to click follow and you'll be able to, you know, see when I next go live. Thanks for the couple of subs today as well. We're still climbing in subs. We're on our way to 400 again now, and that's purely through Final Fantasy streams, which is very exciting to me. I wonder how high I can get just through Final Fantasy. So thanks guys, another fun day. I'll see you next time. Ta-ta.